This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Searchers are optimistic that the barrel and a trash can that they found 2 weeks ago at the bottom of Fremont Lake contain the bodies of a young mother and her two sons murdered by notorious killer Gerald Ogden. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that their next step is to recover the barrels.
When Bill Dosey and his team were going back through the drone footage a couple days after the search, they saw what appeared to be a trash can at the bottom of the lake. Now, this finding is significant because Gerald Ogden claims to have placed the bodies of his two stepsons, Richard and Reagan, in that 35-gallon trash can. So combined, to find both the barrel and the trash can in the same vicinity at the bottom of the lake lends great credence to the fact that Ogden is in fact telling the truth in his confession when he said he did put their bodies in the lake.
Ogden has already confessed to the killings. In 2013, he told Wyoming investigators he shot Virginia, Ogden, and the boys in September of 1980. Their bodies have never been found. Just as firefighters seem to be getting a handle on a nearly 300-acre fire burning just outside the southwest boundary of a closed Devil's Tower monument, another fire erupted to the southeast on Sunday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that one county official gave a very blunt assessment.
When I was talking to the Crook County Emergency Management Coordinator, and I just basically asked, how's the situation up there? He was pretty blunt. He said, it sucks. Now, interestingly enough, some of the places and businesses around the park that aren't directly impacted by the fire are still open, like the KOA campground, which is right next to Devil's Tower, is still open.
Although the 282 Left Creek fire burning to the west is not as bad as it was, Emergency Management Coordinator Ed Robinson tells Cowboy State Daily that having another wildfire so close to the monument's boundary, quote, certainly doesn't help us any. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This has been a reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
We have to fight and elect better people to keep Wyoming the way it is.
We really need transparency in our government and accountability.
We need Brent Bean.
If you believe in lower taxes, secure elections, and putting people first, vote for me on August 18th. Together we'll make Wyoming number one.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Ann Simpson, mother of three and wife of 70 years to prominent Wyoming political figure and late U.S. Senator Al Simpson, died Friday morning in her daughter's arms. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that her daughter Sue remembers her mother as the most beautiful woman, quote, inside and out that ever lived.
Ann's daughter Sue said that Ann could not get enough of her family, her husband, her family, and that everyone should have someone in their life who can't get enough of them.
Son Colin Simpson says his mother was diagnosed with an illness about 2 months earlier. Ann Simpson was 94 years old. For nearly 60 years, Vern Palmer has searched Wyoming ranches and forgotten dumps for old Wyoming license plates. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that at 90, the Big Piney mechanic has a Wyoming license plate from every year except one.
90-year-old Big Piney man Vern Palmer has spent 60 years collecting license plates. He has over 650 plates so far. Part of his collection is getting every plate from 1913 until now in the state of Wyoming in every county available. The state started issuing license plates in 1913, and that remains the only elusive plate for this collector so far. For Palmer, this was something that he enjoyed doing with his son, Jim. They would go out on ranch land into old dump grounds.
Ask Palmer about license plates and you'll quickly discover they're much more than stamped pieces of metal. They're tiny time capsules. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Ships. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Ships, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyships.org today. I hope to see you soon.
Good Monday to you, August 3rd, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Joining us today, Clayton, LiaBraaten. And we'll chat about deep fakes, robocall. We used to call them robocalls, right? When you were called by somebody who wasn't really somebody. Scams, they're on the rise again. Michael Klein will be on the show, professor of international economic affairs at Tufts University, and we'll talk about the global economy and the latest indications that we're maybe headed for a recession, inflation up, and job growth not. You know, Representative Steve Johnson will be in, and he is trying to make freedom food great again or something like that. It's a Band-Aid fix on the whole hippie cow latte incident in Cody. Sheriff Brian Kozak joins us, Laramie County Sheriff. Another truck around and find out. Successful operation. Robert Short's running for Secretary of State. He joins the show. Renny MacKay, Wyoming Business Alliance. The Governor's Forum is going to be coming up pretty soon. Registration is open now. We'll tell you more about it. Senator Ogden Driskill, if his Wi-Fi hasn't burned up, will be joining the show from Devil's Tower. We'll talk about his campaign and the wildfires smoking up things in the Devil's Tower area. Chandra Ortiz, part of our nonprofit spotlight, will be on the show representing Wyoming 211. And Stacy Koester, and we'll talk about the remains found in the Cheyenne area. We think we might know who they belong to, but I think Stacy would caution us to not leap to conclusions, or maybe she knows something. We'll find out. Maybe she has breaking news. Here's the weather forecast for today. Kind of cut off that monsoon moisture, and we're going to a little bit of a cool down today and tomorrow, especially if you're east of the divide. Casper, widespread smoke, sunny, breezy, highs 85. Riverton, smoke as well, with highs right around there in the mid-80s. Evanston, red flag warning today until 9 tonight. Patchy smoke, sunny, 84. Red flag warning in Green River as well. Bone dry. Smoke, sunny and breezy with highs 90 in Green River. Pinedale, you have a red flag warning. That's kind of rare for Pinedale. Smoky, mainly early morning, and then the breeze should blow some of that smoke out of the way. 78 the high in Pinedale. Alpine, areas of smoke with highs 80. Du Bois, you'll see smoky conditions, sunny, breezy, 77, widespread smoke in the Jackson area. You can see the haze yesterday, and certainly you'll see it today. Sunny with highs in the upper 70s in Jackson. Thermopolis, widespread smoke in the afternoon. Sunny, breezy, 80 the high. Cody, smoky, sunny, windy, 73. There's that cool down, 73. Cody was 93 about 48 hours ago. Buffalo, widespread smoke before 4 in the afternoon. Otherwise, sunny, windy, 73 in Buffalo, 77 in Sheridan with some smoke. Gillette, you might see smoky skies, highs in the upper 70s. Newcastle, red flag warning till 8 tonight. Areas of smoke, sunny, breezy, 84 in Newcastle. Torrington, red flag warning till 9 tonight. Patchy smoke, sunny, hot, 95 in Torrington. Wheatland, 91, sunny and breezy. Cheyenne, red flag warning today till 9. Slight chance of rain in the afternoon, mostly sunny and hot, 93 in the state capital. Laramie, patchy smoke with a chance of afternoon rain showers. Highs 89. Rawlins, red flag warning. Patchy smoke, breezy, gradually becoming sunny with highs 88 in Rawlins. So what a mixed bag. You got red flag warning in some communities where the heat, the wind, and the very low humidity means just a small spark is all it would take. And we see what's going on in Devil's Tower area. Huge fire in Spokane. Washington caused people to have to evacuate. Tis the season. Second wildfire, not one, but two, just as firefighters seem to be getting a handle on a near 300-acre fire burning just outside the southwest boundary of Devil's Tower, which remains closed. Another fire erupted to the southeast on Sunday. One county official said it sucks. Blunt assessment of what's going on in the Devil's Tower area. The monument is closed to the visiting public until firefighters can get a handle on fast-moving fires in that area. Again, we'll have Senator Ogden Driskill on, who ranches right there. He's in the shadow of the tower. He's going to give us an update on what's going on there and a bird's eye view, certainly. Sturgis, August means two things for me. Sturgis, with motorcycles everywhere, right? Everybody's on the way to the big bike rally. August also, at the end of the month, means the symposium, the big banker love fest. And that happens in Jackson every year, Jackson Hole. And it often can signal. The feds sometimes use it to signal if they're going to move around with the lending rate, if they're going to do anything with, the International Central Banking Conference hosted by the Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City will take place August 27, 28, 29. As usual in Grand Teton National Park. Beautiful setting. They started coming to Jackson back when one of the Fed Reserve chairmen, I can't remember his name, he's like a huge fly fisher guy. And he's like, why don't we have this thing in Jackson Hole? And probably every other banker that would attend said, brilliant idea. Let's go to Jackson Hole. What a great place to spend a weekend. This year's theme is financial innovation, implications for payments and policy. And we'll chat a little bit more about that and what might happen with lending rates. I'd be interested to see if the feds make a move there or not. Lots of stories over the weekend from the Cowboy State Daily that we have to get you caught up to date on. Also, in a couple of days, SpaceX is going to crash into the moon. The SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket stage It's on track for an unplanned collision with the near side of the moon. There's some outer space people. What do you call experts who know outer space? I call them Andrew Rossi, but some say that it's possible to see this, maybe not with a naked eye, but, with a binoculars or a telescope, certainly. It's the near side of the moon, not Pink Floyd's side of the moon. And there's a good indication you'll be able to see this Wednesday, August 5th at approximately 6:35 UTC. Let me try to translate that into what might be a real time for us here in the Mountain West. 6:35 UTC is what in Mountain Time? Let me see if 11:35 the previous day, if the Googler is correct. And remember, this is AI answering this question, and we'll talk about the perils of trusting AI with our first guest on in a moment. Clayton LiaBraaten will be on the show in a little bit, and we'll talk about what he does. His company's president at Pure Integration and Truecaller monthly report. We'll talk about AI, deep fakes. How do you know what's real, what isn't? And maybe we'll discuss, a search for 6:35 UTC is what in Mountain Standard Time. That's what I searched, and it looks like the SpaceX Falcon 9 missile stage, whatever, will crash into the moon at 11:35 at night. So if you're up that late, and it's a good thing it's happening at night because that's when we see the moon, right? If this was happening at 11:35 in the morning, I'm not sure we'd have a great view, but there's certainly an indication that we would have some view of SpaceX crashing into the moon. It's not supposed to. I don't even know why it's crashing into the moon. I just know it's basically a piece of space junk, which is also an issue. I read a story over the weekend talking about how much space junk falls out of orbit and hopefully falls into the ocean or Florida because, it could hurt somebody. Florida, who cares? I just picked a state. Sorry if you're a Floridian. But yeah, a lot of stuff just ends its useful orbit. Satellites, navigation satellites, communication satellites, all kinds of satellites that are up there flying around. Supposedly there's so much stuff orbiting in space that you got to account for if you're like NASA and you're doing a space mission and you don't want to run into anything out there in outer space. And then there's so much that it's just, it's not going to stay up there orbiting forever. It starts falling down, and that's what it's doing. Cuba plunged into darkness over the weekend. Their electric grid just collapsed. And I don't know if they even had an electric grid. Cuba is a mess right now as a country, and expect President Trump to ramp up the rhetoric once again about just taking Cuba over for its own sake. Maybe it has military strategic positioning, but right now Cuba is just can't run itself. I saw a documentary about Cubans now they can't buy or find gasoline. They're making their own gasoline. Inventive, innovative Cubans are making their own gasoline to put in their cars to get somewhere. And now, electricity, there have been brownouts. There have been times of the day where electricity just doesn't flow. Now it's just a complete collapse on the grid. Cuba dark over the weekend. More stories on the Cowboy State Daily. I really I want to make sure we spend time with Mark Hines. He won't be on till tomorrow. I want to talk about these wire winders, these machines that roll up old barbed wire fencing. And there's places in the state where barbed wire fence no longer serves its purpose on a ranch that's no longer ranching, or maybe better fencing has been put in, or maybe there's just not a need for fencing at all, and it just threatens wildlife migration. And many of us in Wyoming, if you've been here any amount of time, have perhaps seen wildlife caught up in a barbed wire fence, a dead pronghorn, whatever it is. And anytime you can take these down, in my opinion, it's a good thing. It's just, how do you carefully take down barbed wire? I've put it up and I've taken it down, and I wouldn't recommend either. It's a good way to get your pants all chewed up. Don't be wearing anything you cherish, and make sure you have gloves on. But how about a wire winder? Great idea. They can roll up a half mile of old fence in 2 minutes, a task that would take a half day by hand. Yes. Let the machines do it. I'm all for that. That sounds like great news. Other stories we got to get to today. Many stories. A whole bunch happened over the weekend. We're going to join Clayton, though, in just a bit. Our first guest ready to go. Clayton LiaBraaten awaits, and we'll talk about how can you trust anything on the interwebs? What's real and what isn't? That discussion next.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A+ service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
All right, we're back in the, well, we haven't been in the Zoom room yet. This will be our first. As we welcome in our next guest, Clayton. Now, Clayton, I'm going to tackle that last name. I've heard a couple, 3 people take a whack at it on the on video. I've seen you've been interviewed by lots of famous TV shows, more famous than this podcast. Clayton, LiaBraaten. Close?
LiaBraaten. Yep, it's a Norwegian
LiaBraaten.
name.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, in this day and age of deep fakes and what can you trust at all on the interwebs, we're going to have you pass a test to make sure you're even real, Clayton. I need you to say it's a pleasure to be here in Russian.
Очень хитрый. Мне очень хорошо здесь.
Clayton, I did find out he speaks Russian. In addition to, he's a president at Pure Integration. We're going to talk about Truecaller. You may see that in his background. Truecaller's monthly report that finds Wyoming's not immune to scam calls. Let's say we used to call them robocalls. Now, we're not top of the list as far as, targeted states, but everybody's a victim sometime or another. We're going to talk about profiling. Who is more likely to fall victim? Let's start with robocalls, what we used to call. These are just a phone call, scam calls generated by a computer. It's probably not a real person. These are more than just a daily annoyance. They can rob people of their money.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think if you roll back a few years, robocalls were just mass campaigns, mostly telemarketing. They were a nuisance. But eventually they gravitated towards criminal fraud activities, right? Where it was a numbers game. I'm going to launch as many calls as I can, believing that at least a small percentage of people will pick up those calls, and then I can lure them into identity theft or giving up money or credit card information or account information some way or another. So that has evolved then over time to more precision scams because of AI. I can profile you. You profile me very, very easily manually. Imagine doing that at scale with AI and then being able to target. And I know something about everybody that I call. I can make it contextually relevant. And that is the weaponization that we're fighting against at Truecaller.
Yeah, and that's what I'm hearing. I personally know people who've been scammed. The jury duty, you missed jury duty scam. We'll talk about all the scams, but the thing that makes them believable, and you think it can't happen to you, you think, oh, I'll be able to detect. They'll have a Pakistani accent. I know what I'm doing. They know a lot of things about you, Clayton, because there's a lot of things about you on the interweb, and AI combs that instantly.
Yeah, and by the way, they don't have to have a Pakistani accent anymore, right? When you talk about deep fakes, right? It used to be you'd get the Nigerian print scam and the grammar would be wrong in an email, or you'd hear an Eastern European or an East Asian voice, and you'd be suspicious, like, why is this person calling me? Now the technology exists to deep fake my voice, make it sound like me or you, right? That's very easy, and I have a perfectly scripted approach to each victim. And I think that we are in the business at Truecaller of fighting AI with AI because these guys, most of us are dabbling in AI. We go to ChatGPT, we go to Klein. These guys have mastered it, right? And all of that includes voice, images, videos, text. And so you have to be extremely vigilant, especially heading into midterms where you've got a lot of robocall, robotext activity. Some of it's legitimate, for sure, right? But this is a great opportunity for fake donations, fake political action committees, and you have to really, really be careful how you engage.
Yeah, I mean, we'll address how to be careful, some ways to safeguard yourself. Obviously, when you're asked to buy gift cards or fork over money in any manner, and if it's made urgent, if you got to do it by today, by the end of this call, those are red flags. But first, Clayton, I want to talk about the simplest thing you can't trust. Let's say the phone call, the phone number, spoofing numbers. Is that pretty easy to do? I get a number from the sheriff's office, and it is the sheriff's office phone number, and they tell me I missed jury duty.
So it is harder than it used to be because the FCC and the carriers have taken some measures so that between the carriers, they certify basically that that's a real number. However, that's not airtight. If that number comes across any legacy phone, basically an analog network and not a digital network, it can still happen. So it's not impossible for that to happen. And we used to call it neighbor spoofing. Oh, that looks like it's from my area. It's not coming from out of the country or out of state. It's someone in my local area code. I'll probably pick it up. So that's less difficult. That's more difficult than it used to be and less prevalent, but we still see it, and we still see it more in texts than we do in phone calls in this country. And this is why, you need to have a good caller ID application, a good spam blocking application, just as an insurance policy, just like you would not leave Best Buy without having, Norton or McAfee on a laptop. You better protect yourself with something like Truecaller, because that can pick up what gets through the carrier and FCC protections.
Clayton, LiaBraaten is on the show where we're talking about Truecaller. Truecaller just conducted some research that found, maybe surprising for some, about 30% of us Americans have received deep fake calls. I don't think it can happen. It is happening. Let's outline some of the common things. I mean, what are these calls attempting to do? This is like a foot in the door there, and I'm thinking of package delivery fraud. I see that all the time.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because I've been doing this for 15 years, and I almost fell victim to package delivery fraud. Right? It was over the holidays, right? And I'm getting a lot of packages. I'm sending a lot of gifts, and I was busy. Right, distracted. A text message came in, and I was about ready to enter more information, to make sure that delivery got through. And I caught myself. But the point is, as you said earlier, this can happen to anyone. So what we see a lot of, right? You talked about the intimidation scam, law enforcement or some authority feature that, you missed jury duty, owe us $1,500. But yes, we needed an Apple gift cards, right? There's some telltale signs about how that transaction gets paid for, because they might want to because they know if they ask you for your credit card number, you might be able to appeal that with your credit card issuer. So that's a good one, or not a good one, right? We see fake student loan scams. We say, fake low interest, loan scams, payday loan scams. We see tech support scams. I'm Apple tech support. I'm Microsoft tech support. And we've detected an issue on your computer. Give us access to your computer. And then they're off to the races, right? We see a lot of financial services fraud, right? This is your bank, and we've seen some suspicious activity on your account. Need you to verify some information for us. And this is not an inbound call. And so while they may not extort you right on that call and ask you directly for payment, they will gather personally identifiable information that they can use for future identity theft.
Clayton, who are the likely victims? Certainly those who didn't grow up using smart screens, using computer on the interwebs, the elderly, certainly. Also, I have to think that people who English is not their first language, they may fall victim easier. Who's the victim here usually?
You talked about two demographics that are very, very vulnerable. The senior demographic, for the reasons you said, and also they come from a generation that still answers the phone. When the phone rang, when the phone rang, you answered it, right? And so that means that they're more vulnerable. They also may not be as steeped in all of the scam busting and whatever all the rest of us are reading in terms of all these fraud. I think AARP and other institutions do their best job to educate folks, but these are the folks you have to protect. Second, the immigrant populations, right, or English as a second language populations, right? They're here. They may not be as familiar with our systems of jurisprudence and our laws. And so it's much, much easier to tell them they owe taxes or that they missed the jury duty appointment and really use these intimidation scams because they're just up to necessarily engage with government, fake government entities or enterprises. And then ironically, what we found in our surveys, young people. Right, young people, and what we attribute that to is this slight naivete and gullibility that if something is too good to be true, you and I, we might say, yeah, that doesn't smell right. But if somebody offers you a great job or offers you some sort of a love partnership or, offers you money, you might lash onto that and say, hey, this sounds like a really good deal. And it's a shortcut to wealth or something. And so this is why we rolled the Truecaller family plan, because I can protect my parents, make sure that important medical calls and pharmacy calls get through, but they block the scams, and I can protect my kids who all have devices and myself. And so it's multi-generational, but you kind of hit the nail on the head with the vulnerable populations.
Isn't it sad that, you have to be seasoned, experienced, a little older to question everything? That's when you get skeptical. That's just the nature of it, I guess. Now, what you mentioned folks just don't pick up the phone anymore. Do you have any numbers in front of you? Like I got to think like 80% of the phone calls are people just don't pick it up.
Yeah, I think that it's around that, right? People pick up about 20 to 25% of the calls that come in that aren't in their phone book, right? So first of all, a lot of numbers are in your phone book, but here's where it becomes problematic. If you just block everything or you don't take unknown calls, you're missing opportunities. I may leave my car for repair. I don't put the repair shop's number in my phone book. They call me back to get an authorization or tell me it's done. I don't take that call. I may be out applying for jobs, or maybe I am a landscaper or a carpenter. My entire life revolves around inbound opportunities. And now I'm not answering the phone and I'm blocking calls. And there's a huge opportunity cost in that.
Oh man, I mean, just communication paralysis, the fear, your car's in the shop for a brake job, and the next thing you know, they've given you an engine overhaul because you didn't answer the phone and they just went ahead with the game plan. I just all because we're scared to pick up, we're scared to answer. Anything else? We talk about the calls, text, emails. Are there other ways that bad actors can try to get at you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that text is, as the carriers and the FCC tried to shut down some of the robocalling, then you saw people migrate to text. And the challenge with text and the challenge with anything on this device is it's a call to action. I will react to it. An email might sit there for a while, right? And it might take my time when I'm going through. But I get an inbound text, and this is where AI comes in as well. I can now create a link. I can create a toxic link in that message. Say, this is your bank. And when you click on that link, it will look exactly like Wells Fargo or Citibank or some financial institution, and you're off to the races. Do not click on links. Now, we have the technology that we actually, when we see the link, and it's all privacy by design, but when you see a URL, we back check that immediately and say, that is not legitimate. Don't go there. But if you're not using Truecaller, then you got to be very vigilant on the texts.
Using AI to fight AI. That's what they're doing at Truecaller. Okay, Clayton, how do I, if I want to be really sure, if I want somebody else to handle that, be my gatekeeper to my life so I can trust, how do I start Truecaller?
Yeah, you can go to Truecaller.com to learn about it. You can go to the App Store and download it. You can go to the Android Play Store and download it, and just give it a try because it will give you that belt and suspenders protection above everything you're doing. And maybe, just maybe, we can restore trust in communications, and people will begin answering their phone again and not miss those opportunities because they're going to be confident. You pay a lot for your device. You pay a lot for your plan. Use it.
It's a brave new world, a scary new world in some ways, but it doesn't have to be, especially if you've got somebody on your side who is savvy to utilize AI, to use it as a tool. I think many of us have just messed around a little bit with an AI-powered search or ChatGPT. We know the potential is it's a powerful, powerful tool, but there are bad people using it for bad. Folks like Clayton and Truecaller are using it for good. Clayton, thanks for being on.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. We got to take a quick break. We'll be right back. We're going to talk about global economy and all the things that are messing around with it. The markets are so sensitive. One little comment from President Trump about Iran, and there go the markets. That's just one of the things that we're going to touch on right after this.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You've done the hard part. You quit smoking. Now do the easy part and get scanned for lung cancer. If you smoked, you may still be at risk, but early detection could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
All right. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and we're back at it. Michael Klein is with us, professor of international economic affairs at the Fletcher School. That's at Tufts University, by the way, if you were wondering. Michael, great to have you with us. Can you make sense of the global economy? We're going to try.
Well, that's a pretty tall order, Jake.
I know, and we only have like 15 minutes to do it in.
Maybe after that we can cure cancer, okay?
It is a lot. First off, what do we make of the latest numbers in, I'm reading this, CNBC, U.S. economy slowed to 1.5% growth rate in Q2, in quarter two. Meanwhile, inflation is higher than I think the U.S. would like to see it at 3.3%. So we got inflation going this way, the economy going that way. Was that expected? Is this news?
You know, in some ways, I guess it's not that much of a surprise. And the reason is we have what economists call a supply shock, that the price of oil went up so much with the blockage of the Strait of Hormuz. So I'm old enough to remember the 1970s, and it's a very similar thing, although smaller in magnitude, but it's a very similar thing to what happened then when the price of oil shot up. Both the economy slows and prices go up. Now, the problem is that the Federal Reserve, for example, has one policy tool, and if there's high inflation and the economy was strong, then they could raise interest rates. Or if inflation was low but the economy was weak, they could lower interest rates. But they're sort of stuck now because we have both slowing growth and high inflation. So it's not quite clear what they should or what they're going to do.
Let's jump ahead to that. I was going to say that for later, but you brought up the Federal Reserve. Later this month, they have their annual symposium, the big shindig gathering right here in my neck of the woods. Yeah. It's right up the road. I mean, I can get there in about a half hour. It's in Grand
And then you
Teton.
won't be able to enter because of Secret Service guys there.
Right. I have seen them. Seen them. Yeah, it's a big event. I forget who was chair when they moved it to Jackson Hole. He loved fly fishing, which is a brilliant move. Of course, then have it in Jackson Hole. The Federal Reserve's Jackson Hole Economic Policy Symposium annual event. And very often in the keynote speech or at some point, the Fed occasionally uses that to announce interest rate changes. Would you expect any coming?
I don't think they're not going to say anything about interest rate changes. Warsh might try to give some very broad outlines, although in the last meeting just last week, he sort of, was trying to not signal too much. He seems to be afraid that if he signals to the market responds, and he's not getting sort of the true feedback from the market of what's going on. So he wants to be careful about that. Other people have said that that's just creating more volatility. And even if he doesn't want to signal to the market, he should say, like, if this happens, then we'll do that. So they have some idea of how the Fed will respond.
Boy, you have to be so careful about poking the market. The markets are so sensitive, Michael. Is this always been the case? If we see one headline, President Trump says he might be on a truce with Iran and maybe some ships will get, the slightest little headline just sends the markets off on whatever tangent.
Well, I think there are two parts to that. One is that's the way markets work. They're basically things to interpret news and try to figure out what the implications are. So news is literally what's new. So anything that sort of could move the needle a little bit. So that's always the case. However, the current environment is so volatile that it's magnifying the effect of that because, one day the president will say, well, we're almost at the end of a deal. Then the next day he says we're going to bomb them. And so with that kind of volatility, there aren't what people call priors, right? People don't have, basically it's like that. It may change a little, but the background is changing so much that I think that magnifies the effect of news.
Can we overstate what the war in Iran is doing right now to global economy? It's the markets. Wall Street gets worried about any little thing, and the price of crude oil is going up, down, based on day-to-day headlines. But also, what does it mean for the average consumer? What does it mean for us, this war in Iran? This supply chain is getting choked down, I'm sure. What does it do to us?
Well, as you're suggesting, the price of oil has been very volatile. It's come down from its peak, but, it could go up again next week if their hostilities continue. But I think not enough people understand it's not just oil, like very important fertilizers go through the Strait of Hormuz, and that's going to affect the price of food. And in the West, you're having a drought as well. So, food prices are likely to rise also. And so this is going to put a big dent in people's wallets. The combination of oil prices, gas prices, food prices, these are going to hurt people quite a bit, especially in a place like Wyoming where, people have to travel a lot more so than, I have to in Boston. We have probably similar winter heating bills as you do. So this is just going to be a very tough time for people, I'm afraid. And finally, if you want to borrow for a car or for a mortgage, interest rates are likely to go up. And we have seen interest rates going up, both by the actions of the Federal Reserve and by concerns that inflation will be higher. So when those concerns arise, people demand higher interest rates when they lend money to cover themselves for the money that they're paid back. That's been the value of which has been eroded by inflation.
Michael Klein is with us, professor of international economics at fairs at Fletcher School at Tufts University. And yeah, no headline, no little piece of news lives in a vacuum, and no policy change lives in a vacuum. Everything moves the needle. How about President Trump's tariffs? The tariffs expired. He's talked tough on Canada. I know that tariffs. What have the tariffs done to make things even more complex?
Well, nothing good, actually. Yeah. It's interesting. So I run a website called Econofact, ECONOFACT.org. And we post analyses by the country's top economists in a way that's accessible, because most economists don't know how to talk to people. But we have this very influential piece that looks at the number of jobs that make steel versus the number of jobs that use steel in manufacturing. And the ratio, when the people who did this, Katie Russ and Lydia Cox, they did very careful analysis. The ratio is 80-1. There are 80 jobs that use steel for every one job that makes steel. So when you're trying to protect the importation or prevent the importation of steel through tariffs, maybe you're helping a few guys in a steel mill, but you're hurting all those people who are making refrigerators or stoves or cars or things like that. And you see that, throughout, because there are these international supply chains, tariffs are hurting. And in fact, the idea was that this is supposed to bring back manufacturing jobs. Manufacturing jobs have been falling since the so-called Liberation Day in April.
Yeah, and why is that? This supply chain all I can think of is COVID, the pandemic, and how that just put more than a speed bump. That just put up a wall with supply chain. It seems that during COVID, most of us were told, stay at home, don't make anything, but continue to buy things. And look what that did to us. I don't know if we've even recovered from that.
Well, I think we've recovered from COVID by now. What happened then was there was a upsurge in services and a fall in goods purchases because people couldn't go out and so on. And it's been, quite a few years now since then. But I think there have been enough intervening events, the imposition of tariffs, the increase in the price of oil and foods and things like that. So I think those are the dominant events now. And international supply chains have been going on for a long time. And for example, one of the most dominant ones is auto production. The United States, Canada, and Mexico have basically an integrated auto supply situation, which has been going on for a long time. And then these ideas of tariffs are going to screw this up. So it's, the auto manufacturers are very concerned because they've realized efficiencies by these international supply chains, and now those are being broken apart.
We had a Canada-based expert talking about the tariffs on last week, and Canada's not happy at all with the auto tariffs for sure.
Elbows up, right?
Michael, how about national debt? I mean, we talk about all these things, inflation, all these global economy things, but sometimes we forget this nation is going into debt. Like if you looked at the live real-time debt machine, it's just unbelievable. And now we're paying more servicing the debt than we are. It's not good.
Yeah, more than defense, right? The interest burden of the debt is higher than defense. Maybe that's changed very recently because defense spending is going up, but it's an order of magnitude. And the projections, as we have in some of our Econofact memos, as they point out, is it's now about 100% of GDP, because the debt clock that you're referring to also includes debt that one part of the government owes to the other part of the government. So a friend of mine describes it as your left pocket owing your right pocket money. But then if you look at just the debt owed to the public, it's about 100% of GDP. It hasn't been this high since the end of World War II. And it's projected to go even higher, to like 140% of GDP. So that's a real problem. So there are two sides to debt reduction. One is that spend less, but the other is to tax more. And the One Big Beautiful Bill Act added to the debt by reducing tax revenues for the government and reducing them in a way that hurt sort of ordinary folk more than, or benefited ordinary folk very little, but benefited very well off people quite a bit.
Michael, I have a couple of questions that might be semi off the reservation, maybe not.
That's okay.
What are your thoughts on AI and this? Some investors say we got to go full bore, whole hog into AI, and I'm wondering if it feels almost like a housing burst, a bubble. Are we on an AI? Are we going to fall off an AI cliff?
So, an interesting historical analogy. Again, we have an Econofact memo about this. Is if you look at railroads in the 19th century, there were like lots and lots and lots of railroads, but then there was a big shakeout, and only a few survived. So if you invested in railroads and they're the ones that survived, you did very well. But if you invested in one that were shaken out, it didn't do as well. I don't really feel like I understand well enough what all the economic implications of AI are going to be. There's certainly jobs that are going to be replaced, but it's not even clear which jobs or how well AI could do. I mean, part of the problem is that it's advancing so rapidly. So you have these, instances of hallucinations, so-called hallucinations, where lawyers file a brief done with AI and they're citing cases that don't exist. So you got to think that's going to get better. But, what kind of jobs will disappear? I would just say that one thing with technological change is that people have been saying literally for centuries that we're going to have, huge unemployment and breadlines because of weaving machines, because of, electric power and on and on and on. But the economy is a very dynamic thing, and there's a lot of what we call churning. Jobs, think about the jobs that exist now that didn't even exist 20 years ago. And think about, when I was a kid, there were television repair shops. When was the last time you saw a television repair shop?
Right.
So there's a lot of that kind of churning that goes on. And it's just, it's very, very hard to predict what's going to happen in such a dynamic environment.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was thinking more of, in heavy investment into AI and not even not even knowing what you're investing in. What is AI? What is the future? And then that creating some kind of bubble burst. But I never thought about
that could be, I think. Yeah.
Or what if you're backing the wrong AI? What if we find out in 5 years the industry leaders kind of own it, and that might be Microsoft, it might be Meta, whatever, and you backed another outfit that just gets lost in the wash. It's the railroad that nobody remembers. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Have you at all, and I wasn't going to go here, I just saw this headline pop up. Have you at all had a chance to understand or get your arms around what this Japan thing is? Late last week, we saw the U.S., I guess, bailing out Japan with a buying intervention with the yen.
Yeah.
What is that?
Actually, early in my career, I did a lot of research on this. And what this is called is intervention in the foreign exchange markets. So countries don't like it when their exchange rates swing too wildly because it's very disruptive. And so sometimes what governments will try to do is to buy a currency that's falling in value or sell a currency that's rising in value. There's a real question of whether or not this is, if this works, because the foreign currency markets are huge. And the research I did seems to suggest that it works in a situation where people think there's like a bubble going on, where everybody knows like everything's rising, but it's kind of like frothy. And so the government's intervention can act as sort of like a trigger mechanism where everybody says, okay, now we're going to, sort of realize that the future is here now. So leaning against a huge market is difficult, but trying to pop a bubble, if it is in fact a bubble, is more efficacious.
Well, look at that. We understood global economic forces. We fixed the economy, all that in 15 minutes with time to spare. The executive editor of Econofact. You can find that on the internet at econofact.org. And a big thanks to Tufts University, the Fletcher School, for letting us lending this guy out and so we can pick his brain about stuff. Thank you, Michael. Have a great day.
Thank you, Jake. It was a pleasure to be on your show.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues next hour. Coming up, you don't want to miss any of this. Representative Steve Johnson's going to be on. He is trying to rescue the Food Freedom Act. It's got a few flaws in it. It needs fixing, but they've kind of band-aided it up so your latte in Cody is good to go. At least we think it is. Sheriff Brian Kozak, sheriff of Laramie County, he had another truck around and find out operation, and some truckers have not gotten the message. You better have a CDL. You better have your citizenship papers in order. If you're driving illegal, Laramie County Sheriff's deputies will get you. There's no hiding. Robert Short, he's running for Secretary of State. He pops in on the show and gives us a campaign update on how things are going as he tries to run for that high office. All that coming up next hour. You don't want to miss any of this. And thanks for dropping in on our YouTube channel, X Live, Facebook Live. Run it back wherever you find your favorite podcast on demand. It's time now for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Searchers are optimistic that the barrel and a trash can that they found 2 weeks ago at the bottom of Fremont Lake contain the bodies of a young mother and her 2 sons murdered by notorious killer Gerald Uden. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that their next step is to recover the barrels.
When Bill Dosey and his team were going back through the drone footage a couple days after the search, they saw what appeared to be a trash can at the bottom of the lake. Now, this finding is significant because Gerald Uden claims to have placed the bodies of his 2 stepsons, Richard and Reagan, in that 35-gallon trash can. So combined, to find both the barrel and the trash can in the same vicinity at the bottom of the lake lends great credence to the fact that Uden is in fact telling the truth in his confession when he said he did put their bodies in the lake.
Uden has already confessed to the killings. In 2013, he told Wyoming investigators he shot Virginia, Uden, and the boys in September of 1980. Their bodies have never been found. Just as firefighters seem to be getting a handle on a nearly 300-acre fire burning just outside the southwest boundary of a closed Devil's Tower monument, another fire erupted to the southeast on Sunday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that one county official gave a very blunt assessment.
When I was talking to the Crook County Emergency Management Coordinator, and I just basically asked, how's the situation up there? He was pretty blunt. He said, it sucks. Now, interestingly enough, some of the places and businesses around the park that aren't directly impacted by the fire are still open, like the KOA campground, which is right next to Devil's Tower, is still open.
Although the 282 Left Creek fire burning to the west is not as bad as it was, Emergency Management Coordinator Ed Robinson tells Cowboy State Daily that having another wildfire so close to the monument's boundary, quote, certainly doesn't help us any. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This has been a reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
We have to fight and elect better people to keep Wyoming the way it is.
We really need transparency in our government and accountability.
We need Brent Bean.
If you believe in lower taxes, secure elections, and putting people first, vote for me on August 18th. Together we'll make Wyoming number one.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Ann Simpson, mother of 3 and wife of 70 years to prominent Wyoming political figure and late U.S. Senator Al Simpson, died Friday morning in her daughter's arms. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that her daughter Sue remembers her mother as the most beautiful woman, quote, inside and out that ever lived.
Ann's daughter Sue said that Ann could not get enough of her family, her husband, her family, and that everyone should have someone in their life who can't get enough of them.
Son Colin Simpson says his mother was diagnosed with an illness about 2 months earlier. Ann Simpson was 94 years old. For nearly 60 years, Vern Palmer has searched Wyoming ranches and forgotten dumps for old Wyoming license plates. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that at 90, the Big Piney mechanic has a Wyoming license plate from every year except one.
90-year-old Big Piney man Vern Palmer has spent 60 years collecting license plates. He has over 650 plates so far. Part of his collection is getting every plate from 1913 until now in the state of Wyoming in every county available. The state started issuing license plates in 1913, and that remains the only elusive plate for this collector so far. For Palmer, this was something that he enjoyed doing with his son, Jim. They would go out on ranch land into old dump grounds.
Ask Palmer about license plates and you'll quickly discover they're much more than stamped pieces of metal. They're tiny time capsules. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
All right, let's get things started here in the second hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday, and this is Representative Steve Johnson. We're going to talk about the Food Freedom Act and trying to fix that up. It's not perfect. It's not where we want it, but it's better than it was the other day anyway. And this guy's helped get it there. Representative Johnson, before we talk about the Food Freedom Act, let's give us an update on how goes the campaign. I saw you were at the Depot Plaza over the weekend. How'd that go?
That was great, Jake. I just want to say good morning to everybody. And we had a great day at the plaza. Campaigning is moving along very well. I think this Food Freedom Act, we did free the latte in Wyoming. I just got to say that to everybody that's listening.
Free the latte, making food freedom great again, however you want to pose it. Yeah, this is the one, certainly the high profile incident that we saw, the fallout from the Food Freedom Act. Now, in general, Steve, do you like the Food Freedom Act when it was passed? I don't know if anybody could have foreseen the gray area, the complexities of it. I think we all knew what Wyoming lawmakers wanted, what they had in mind. But then we see, it means you can't sell a latte with raw milk in it. And Cody, it's just silliness, but we've maybe fixed that, right?
I think that Wyoming loves the Food Freedom Act. I do. It's been amended over the years, and it's got a lot of problems with it. And it needs to be overhauled. And I intend to do that in this next session on the Agriculture Committee. There's several problems with it, but people, as a rule, love it. They want to know where their food is coming from. that it's fresh and that doesn't have chemicals or hormones in it that are not needed. So I think basically the people love it.
So you introduced into committee what is being called a Band-Aid solution. Just it would create an exemption. It's certainly temporary in nature. It's just acknowledging let's do something right now to help Hippie Cow Creamery, the latte, but more work needs to be done. So even what you did in committee, Representative Johnson, that can't take effect until we get to a general session. When does that happen if it passes?
Well, it would be in the general session starting in January, and it's going to take a while. What we did is allow the director of agriculture to have an exclusionary powers to exclude rules that are detrimental to Food Freedom Act, and this is one of them. I know it won't immediately free the latte, but we're working on it. It's the speed of government.
Yeah,
is the problem here.
Yeah, so this temporary measure, something quick, it should be, I would anticipate, a slam dunk at the upcoming session. You just vote that through, get it going, takes effect next July 1st. But meanwhile, you said you're going to work on what you hope is a more exhaustive, comprehensive, permanent fix.
Yes, there's several problems with the Food Freedom Act. A lot of it is caused by the federal government and the meat regulations that we're facing. If you have a cow and I sell it to you, or I have a cow and I sell it to you, you give me the money, I can slaughter it and cut it up and give it to you. If I slaughter the cow and then sell it to you, that's in violation. So that's just common sense. It doesn't make sense. There's a lot of silliness in this law that we need to clean up. Another one is licensing. I don't think that any licenses that the Department of Agriculture imposes on anybody is an unneeded regulation. That money just goes into the general fund. They don't use it for inspection or anything else. So I think deregulation is a key component of the Food Freedom Act.
Representative Johnson is with us. He represents District 8, right? HD 8.
Yes, District 8, North Cheyenne.
Yeah. So during committee, trying to fix this Food Freedom Act, at least temporarily, I imagine you're in contact or maybe even sitting in on the committee meeting is the Wyoming Director of Agriculture, Director Doug Miyamoto. You've been talking with him. You've been trying to understand what he thinks about this Food Freedom Act.
Yeah, he was torn apart. He did not want to come to our meeting in Riverton. Mm-hmm. He was under law. He was bound to stop that latte from being sold. So he knows it was a common sense thing to allow it, but his hands were tied. He actually told me he wished his pants would catch fire and he'd spend the next week in the burn unit in Salt Lake City to avoid that conference. So he didn't want to do that. But I met with him, and over an hour or so, we've come to some conclusions, and we're working together. And I think we both understand what the Food Freedom Act should look like in the future.
Yeah,
and that's where we're going.
Good. I mean, in talking to former state lawmaker Tyler Lindholm he was instrumental in getting the Food Freedom Act across the finish line, and now we find out it needs some tightening up, and hopefully Representative Johnson and others are leading the charge to get that fixed, because I think it is wildly popular in Wyoming. Wyoming needed it, and Wyoming very much likes it. It's just, how does the director of Wyoming Department of Agriculture, sometimes he's got to make black and white decisions. And I think we could get it fixed up. It's just going to take a lot of work with LSO next session.
Yeah, we have our hands full, and that'll be a full lift. So.
Yeah.
And we had to think of the smaller towns like Rock River or Wright. Their food is not in a supermarket like ours is in Cheyenne. They will really rely on the local producers to get their food, and they enjoy that. They enjoy talking to the producers and what's coming up. And I think the closer you are to your food supply, the better off you're going to be.
Well, I'm glad that you're taking this, taking lead on this, taking charge on this. I hope we get it fixed at the next session. Meanwhile, we've come to know you as a guy who spends taxpayer money like it's your money. You're going to continue to do that. I like the frugalness because you recognize that money that goes out, of Cheyenne is our money. It's taxpayer money, and you're going to spend it like it was yours.
I got to tell you, Jake, we just got the Craig report.
Yeah.
And revenues are up from oil sales. The state is bringing in a lot more money. And I want to caution the other legislators that is not your money just to spend. That money is on the backs of the consumer that pay higher fuel taxes. So the state might be gathering more money, but the citizens are paying more for gas. So we need to equalize that and continue to lower taxes.
Well,
anywhere we can.
Yeah, Representative Johnson is looking after you in House District 8, whether that's spending taxpayer money or the ability to go enjoy a latte in Cody, whatever it is. Representative Johnson, thank you so much for being on the show. Have a great day.
Thank you, Jake. See you again.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues after this quick break. We'll get a weather forecast.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. And in our family, we're used to getting involved, and I encourage you to do the same, especially when it comes to caring for your loved ones. When I think about Alzheimer's and the impact it had on my family, I recognize that losing a race isn't such a bad day after all. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together.
Yeah. Don Day will be here momentarily. We'll get a little day weather forecasting going. But first, let's find out what happened over the weekend in the world of rodeo. It's the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow. Will, what's happening?
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. I had a recent conversation with country music star Ned Ledoux about his newest project. He was chosen to be in a duet and a video with the late, great Dan Seals in the recording of the great song, God Must Be a Cowboy. We'll talk to the great Ned Ledoux on the Roadshow coming up.
Cattle Country Video will host its 2026 Oregon Trail Classic sale in Gary, Nebraska on Tuesday, August 4th and Wednesday, August 5th. This year's sale features an outstanding offering of over 51,000 head of yearlings and calves. Sale time both days, 8 a.m. Watch the sale live at cattlecountryvideo.com with online bidding available through Cattle USA. Again, it's Cattle Country Video's Oregon Trail Classic sale August 4th and 5th out of Gary, Nebraska. View sale lots at cattlecountryvideo.com. Be part of something bigger. Join the American Sheep Industry Association today. Producers who join their state sheep association automatically gain ASI membership and access to national resources and representation. If your state doesn't have an association, no worries. You can still sign up individually at sheepusa.org and stay connected to the future of the industry. Your voice matters. Your membership counts. Again, learn more at sheepusa.org.
Ned, you were telling me you just got back from Nashville, and you were one of the artists chosen to, they're making a duet album with the late, great Dan Seals, and you were chosen to be part of that album. Talk about that, will you?
Yeah, so and it worked out great, because I was doing vocal tracks for my last album, the Safe Haven album. And I think before I left the house, it was about a week before, and they had asked me if I'd like to be a part of this song, God Must Be a Cowboy. And I said, man, you couldn't have called it a better time because I'm actually headed to town to do some singing. But yeah, such a thrill to be asked to do that. And so, yeah, I went to Nashville, just got back from town a couple of days ago, and they decided to film a video for it. And so they got a video coming out, and apparently it's the only video that they're going to do off of this album. And then had another day down there and sang a song with my buddy Ian Munsick. So he's got a new project coming out in the near future. But yeah, it was a productive day, or a couple of days in Nashville. And that's about the amount of time I want to spend there. Just go in, get stuff done, and get home.
On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Oh, I know one of our top listeners, Rob, is going to be happy to hear Ned Ledoux get featured in the Rodeo Report. Ned's one of our own, man. Wyoming, we claim him. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Don Day should be making a scene unless he has a note from the doctor. I can't seem to recall Don said he could not make one of the day. I don't think it was today, though. We have so many weather questions. We need Don Day and the day weather forecast, because we do have changes in weather today. Weird changes, and I think they need to be addressed. All right, here's Don. We got him. Let's get into that Zoom room of the day weather forecast. Don, I'm calling it. Summer's over.
Just a brief interruption.
Okay, 73, the high in Buffalo. And for me, I am sitting here, I'm like, I might have to close the windows. It's cold this morning.
Yeah, this is a really strong cold front for early August. This is more like a front you'd see at the end of the month. Cold fronts in August, actually, they start to appear again. And it really will cool off significantly over the central, the northern, and eastern parts of the state here over the next 3 days. First, here in the northern part of the state, then tomorrow, the rest of the state will really feel it a lot cooler. basically east of the divide. West of the divide for the Rock Springs, the Evanstons, the Green Rivers, the cold air won't get as deep to get into those areas, but 3/4 of the state will get a break from the heat.
Yeah, that cold, that Canadian cold air has trouble getting over the divide, over the mountains, but boy, you'll feel it definitely north and east. Man. So what about, monsoon moisture? Is that over? We shut the door, but could it reopen?
So this type of front will really take that monsoon moisture and keep it down into Arizona and New Mexico, and it will be for about a week. However, I've been telling people today, good news, bad news, good news. Good news is we have this cooling trend. Bad news is we're not going to get much in the way of any decent rain out of it, just a few showers. Then we also are going to have another spike in the heat. So later this week and over the weekend, it's going to get hot again. Then there's good news. After that, I do see a pattern shift that does bring the monsoon back. The door opens again, and we also see a more moderate temperature regime, I think, for the rest of August. And it starts next week. So we're going to have some back and forth a little bit, cool, then hot again, but then that moisture does have the chance to come back.
Yeah, well, we've been kind of up and down today across the state. You got red flag warnings in some communities, coolish temps today and tomorrow in some, and monsoon, and then the heat up for the week. All right.
Yeah, a little bit of everything.
Yeah. Thanks, Don. Day weather forecast. The Cowboy State Daily Show. Oh no. I accidentally... Stand by, Sheriff. I got too many people in the room. Senator Driskill, we're looking for you next hour, by the way, so I'm going to bounce you out. I did not report him to Zoom. I may report him to the Laramie County Sheriff's Office. I haven't decided yet. Meanwhile, let's get Sheriff Kozak in here. Well, the word is getting out. Maybe not completely, Sheriff, but truck around and find out. The number's down a little bit. Still, I can't believe we even find one trucker running it the wrong way. But they're still out there. In fact, you had to tow one. How'd the latest operation go? I know there were stop citations and arrests.
Yeah, we towed a couple for sure, but the one you saw the video of that of towing one of those trucks, that one ran a stop sign there at the TA truck stop. That's what brought our attention to him. But yeah, it was productive. I mean, the word's out still. It's a less arrest than when we first started, so I think that's a good thing, right?
Yeah, I think the word should be getting out. You want to see the arrests dwindle. It's not like you're frustrated when you run an operation and you don't have enough arrests. There's no quota. We want to know that more truckers are doing it right. That's good news. Sheriff Brian Kozak is with us, Sheriff of Laramie County. I have a few normal questions and some really odd questions. What do you want first? We'll do a mixed bag.
All right. How about the odd question?
All right. The odd question. Is it illegal to have a jug of somebody else's pee in your vehicle?
If you are on probation, yes.
Oops. What was that about? You pulled someone over who really shouldn't. And there was something in the car. What happened with this?
Yeah, so that's one of those laws. I mean, we actually had to look up ourselves, so this, because you just don't come across it too often.
No.
But this guy was arrested for DUI, driving under the influence of cannabis or marijuana, and he's got a history of that. So he's on probation, and we were wondering, doing the search of the vehicle, the deputies were like, "Why does he have this can of fake urine?" And then realized he's on probation. Oh, okay, that's why. And then someone says, "Hey, I think that's illegal." Really? So we had to look that one up. Oh, it is illegal. It's a felony. It's actually a felony. Yeah.
All right. Well, it's good thinking. I would have never guessed that. Cowboy State Daily story is Sheriff Kozak strikes again. 10 more illegal drivers busted. We had one truck get towed away. And it was a case where, you're not just finding iffy kind of borderline driver. This one guy had no proper CDL, illegal immigrant, wasn't supposed to be. I mean, just exactly what we've been talking about, and it remains a problem across U.S. highways.
Yeah, it sure does. It is a problem. Although I think it's getting better. We're seeing less frequency from California CDLs because they revoked a whole bunch of them. So maybe that helped in some way to get some of these people off the road. But it's still a problem. Yep.
Yeah. How about this? One of your deputies, I think he saw lights behind him and he pulled over like you're supposed. I guess that must have been so confusing because there was probably nothing on the radio. They're like, what, am I missing something? Is there an incident?
Right.
And he gets off the road and he sees the guy fly by him running his lights. And he's like, wait a minute. I don't think that's a cop or law enforcement or first responder at all.
Yeah. So, he's driving down a county road and sees these bright blue lights. They're steady though. They're not flashing. Most emergency vehicles have flashing lights, so they're steady burn, and but very bright. And so he pulls over, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm going to pull this guy over." So he walks up on the vehicle, and he says, "Hey, I stopped you. You got these blue lights in the front. No habla English." So that went down the path of no license, illegal immigrant. Yeah. So the thing is, I mean, you would think if you're in the country illegally, right, you would not want to bring attention to yourself. I would think.
Yeah. Don't roll through a stop sign at the Flying J. Don't be running like your pretend cop lights or whatever. Yeah. Try to, I don't know. We can't give advice for everybody. I want to talk about National Night Out, August 4th. That's coming up. What? Oh my goodness, tomorrow. And a big shout out to Little Bear Inn, man. They've been a friend of law enforcement for a long time.
Yeah. The bunkhouse as well, over on Happy Jack Road. So 2 great restaurants in town. They're going to be opening their doors for National Night Out. So they're both having pulled pork, hot dogs, things like that. They're going to have live music. And it's just a way so if you're in the area, stop by. I mean, I don't care if you're a city resident or what, come on over and have some food and meet the deputies who patrol the county areas.
Hot dogs, pulled pork, free. I mean, I'm sold. I'm there. Okay, I have one more oddball question. Hopefully you know the answer. I thought of this when I was looking at your Facebook page, and in the main headline photo is a bunch of sheriff deputies, and they're in their tactical vests with like every gadget you could ever need, like at your disposal. I wonder how much those things weigh when you get them all tricked out. They got to be heavy.
Yeah, with all the gear, everything, ballistic vest, firearm, taser, all the stuff, handcuffs, 2 sets of handcuffs, all that. It's probably about 35 pounds.
Okay. Sheriff Kozak, thanks for being on. Stay safe.
Oh, thank you. See you later.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Sheriff Brian Kozak, Sheriff of Laramie County, in the latest Truck Around and Find Out operation, and I'm surprised they can even find anybody to pull over, but they did. They do. The latest made 112 stops, 40 citations, and 10 arrests, including some real beauties. We'll be right back after this break.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A-plus service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine. But if you're not, it's okay. Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority, filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day, with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday. Get your week started right. August 3rd. I can't believe we're in August already. Summer goes faster than winter in Wyoming. I mean, that's just fact. August already. August means Sturgis, of course, the Sturgis motorcycle rally, and what it means for Wyoming. Certainly a reminder to be safe on the highways. Keep motorcyclists in mind. It's harder to see bikers, and expect to see them on the highways in Wyoming as they go to and fro the Sturgis motorcycle rally. It's also a huge economic boost for many towns. How about Aladdin, Wyoming? Yeah, try to find that on a map. Aladdin is very small. There's not much to it, but what there is to it benefits greatly from the Sturgis rally. Tourists roll right through. Tourists meaning bikers, and they spend money. They gas up there. They fuel up there, meaning, food and gas. And it's a big money for many of these communities that are on the way to and from Sturgis. Devil's Tower Loop. Aladdin is part of a really fun ride, the so-called Devil's Tower Loop, and it's too bad that right now Devil's Tower Monument is closed because of the wildfires there. But hopefully firefighters get a handle on those and knock those two separate fires down, and they can reopen Devil's Tower in time for the big Sturgis push. But that Devil's Tower Loop includes Beulah, Sundance, Carlisle Junction, Devil's Tower itself, Hewlett, Alva, and Aladdin. Tiny, tiny towns as motorcyclists head towards South Dakota. And they'll also travel through Whitewood, Spearfish, Belfouche, and then eventually on to Sturgis. All these little towns, they see a huge summer boost to the economy, all because of Sturgis. Renee Jean has the story, and almost every year, the last couple of years, Cowboy State Daily has sent a journalist Gonzo style to the Sturgis motorcycle rally. Zach went Zach Sontag went last year, and he had some great stories. He's the perfect guy to assign Sturgis Motorcycle Rally to cover that. I don't know if he's going to do it again, but hopefully we have somebody from Cowboy State Daily goes to Sturgis. Great story from Renee Jean on this. Another young lady, Saratoga woman, who started a business out of her bedroom. She now has 2 warehouses, all in a retail shop, all from 150 square foot bedroom that began her business, Pure Dixie. You can learn more about this young lady. Let me share a photo of her. If you ever had a chance to check out her Western fashion empire, it's rising in Saratoga. What a great idea. All birthed out of her bedroom. Dixie and Kirby Berger have built the company. It's called Pure Dixie. And it's I love when people get an entrepreneurial thing and just take off with it. Just, doing their own business. Renee Jean will be on tomorrow. I think we have Renee. Yeah, she's a Tuesday person, and she can talk more about that story and about that business. Other stories that are doing pretty well on the Facebook page. Of course, a lot of people worried about the fires in the Devil's Tower area. Greg Johnson has those stories. First, there was the first wildfire that prompted evacuations and closure of Devil's Tower. Now we have a second fire. One started in the southwest of the monument, and then just as they were getting a handle on that, firefighters had to contend with another fire, second one in the southeast part of Devil's Tower area, both threatening the monument area, both prompting closures to the public for visiting Devil's Tower. If you had that on your bucket list as you make your summer vacation, unfortunately, if the timing has you there yesterday, you were shut out. And we'll keep an eye on that, whether it reopens. Senator Ogden Driskill can see the tower from his ranch, and maybe he'll give us an update when we chat with him later. These stories and a whole lot more we got to get to. Coming up, we'll have next guest, Robert Short. He's running for Secretary of State. He'll be on in just a moment. Meanwhile, let's see what the Game and Fish has cooked up.
Pinedale area residents are asked to modify fishing practices as this summer continues to stay warm. Details next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. Stay tuned. The Wyoming Game and Fish is asking anglers to help protect Northwest Wyoming's premier trout fisheries by adjusting their fishing practices in the summer heat. Unseasonably warm temperatures and low flow conditions across the Pinedale region are causing some stream temperatures to regularly exceed 70 degrees in the afternoon and evening. Anglers are asked to voluntarily quit catch and release fishing from noon until sunrise at the following locations: the Green River from the forest boundary to Fontenelle Reservoir, and the New Fork River from Mesa Bridge to the confluence with the Green River, and North Horse Creek. Signs explaining the voluntary closure will be posted at major public access points. Warm water contains less dissolved oxygen, making it more difficult for fish to recover after being caught. As water temperatures approach 70 degrees Fahrenheit, the likelihood of released fish surviving declines significantly. Prolonged exposure to water temperatures above 75 degrees can be lethal for trout, while brief exposure to temperatures above 80 degrees is often fatal. The voluntary closure is intended to encourage anglers to fish during the morning when water temperatures are lower and trout have the greatest chance of surviving after release. Temperatures on North Horse Creek and the Green and New Fork rivers will be monitored, and these voluntary closures will be lifted or modified based on conditions. Anglers should check the Wyoming Game and Fish Fishing in the Heat webpage for up-to-date information on closures across the state. Regardless of where they fish, anglers can help improve the survival of released trout by adjusting their fishing practices as water temperatures increase throughout the summer. Carrying a pocket thermometer and periodically checking water temperatures is one of the simplest ways to determine whether conditions become stressful for fish. When water temperatures reach 65 degrees, the department encourages anglers to harvest fish in accordance with established regulations rather than practice catch and release. Once water temperatures reach 70 degrees, anglers should discontinue catch and release fishing altogether. Fish during the early morning hours when water temperatures are cooler. Land fish as quickly as possible to minimize exhaustion. Keep fish in the water while removing the hook whenever possible. And learn more about handling fish during high water temperatures on the Game and Fish website. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman, brought to you by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Wow, how about that armed bystander at the In-N-Out shooting in Idaho? This was in Twins Falls, Idaho. Chad Williams, 24-year-old, is the shooter who just went on some kind of a rampage. And there were fatalities. This happened over the weekend on Saturday. He had an AR-style rifle, just started shooting at car. I saw the video. I mean, just randomly shooting at cars, shooting at people. And we have, I think, 2 dead, more injured. It could have been way worse if not for the hero of the moment, Lane Cohen. 34-year-old armed bystander was just at a stoplight outside, just outside of In-N-Out Burger on Saturday in Twins Falls, and had a firearm on him in the vehicle and got out. And if not for his intervention, 3 people killed, 7 injured. 2 of them are in critical condition as of Sunday. But if not for the intervention of the hero of the moment, Lane Cohen, and it could have been way, way worse. The video is just shocking. Watching this guy running around with his gun, the bad guy, and then watching Lane Cohen come in and do his thing. It was just fascinating video, and good job by the armed public and armed citizenry. Let's head to the Zoom room and see what Robert Short is up to. See if I can zoom him in here. Yeah, there he is.
Good morning.
Good morning. How goes the campaign?
You know, Wyoming's a great, huge, beautiful state. It's a long way from anywhere. Yeah.
The emphasis on huge, huh? You've been making the rounds. You've been getting around. Where did I see you just last? You were up in Buffalo, right?
Yeah. Beautiful Buffalo.
Yep.
Base of the Bighorns, such a gorgeous place to spend a Saturday.
How about, and you were at the Goshen County Parade.
Yeah. Torrington, got to hang out with those folks, you know. They used to kick my butt in football. We'd have to take on those Trailblazers and the herders would get trampled, but, they were big old farm boys.
I don't believe it. We're talking about a graduate of Glen Rock High School. It's Robert Short. He's running for Secretary of State. Well, let's dig into the issues of Secretary of State, starting with the role of Secretary of State with elections and being like someone who you have to have great contacts and hopefully a great relationship with all our county clerks. We love our county clerks. You served as an election judge. You've been a Wyoming County Commissioners Association. So you've done this. You know how important the job is, how difficult, what challenges are the job for the county clerks. So to run an election, you got to be, the office, Secretary of State's got to help those county clerks.
Absolutely. And in fact, thanks so much for that, because serving as an election judge multiple times, I've seen it from that side of the table, and serving as a county commissioner, seen it from the other side of the table, funding that, all the work that the county clerks go through. And I have a great relationship with county clerks, and I've built it over the last 11 years as a county commissioner, working to try and help them facilitate the different changes that they need so that they can carry on those elections in the great way that they have over all these years. And of course, it's carried out with, volunteers who help. Mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, grandparents, nieces, nephews, friends, our neighbors, right? They work hard to make sure that we can vote and our votes are accurately cast and count. And I think it's really important that they have a partner in the Secretary of State's office who can help build those training programs that will, ensure that people who are involved in elections actually have a standardized kind of regime that helps the county clerk say, yes, we followed steps A through Z, and we know that we're doing it the way that we need to in order to have uniformity across the state and accurate results, obviously.
If Wyoming voters decide you would take office Secretary of State and be take office from Secretary of State Chuck Gray. Chuck Gray made a lot of headway as far as voter integrity and running secure elections. We saw a lot of stuff happen at the last budget session. Have we made great strides? And still, are we yet to see what worked and what didn't? I mean, we don't know yet, right? We got to wait for an election to see how that went.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Jake. We really need to see now the effect of that legislation in practice. To make more changes now, we don't know. We may be injecting too many variables into the system. We need to see what we've done, what those impacts are, and then make tweaks and changes along the way. Now, I will say that as a successful business entrepreneur, constant improvement is the name of the game, right? Perfection exists when my eyes are closed and my toes are pointed at the sky. Other than that, we have to continually improve our processes. And that's something that I don't take lightly.
Candidate for Secretary of State Robert Short is with us, a successful entrepreneur. But I want to go back even further in your job history, because I think this shows a real work ethic. His first job on the Duncan Ranch, he was 12 years old, made $1 an hour. He had another job. He's 16-year-old, you're in the oil patch. When you're 17, power line construction. As an 18-year-old, you're doing uranium mining. I mean, you have done more before you're even old enough to vote than most of us have done. What a career, what a start. You've worked.
Yes, sir. And not afraid to. And quite honestly, I grew up very poor. And that was something that I think was maybe ingrained, that I needed to contribute to the household. So that 12-year-old working on the Duncan Ranch, first paycheck, $63. I was so excited. Brought home, showed my mom, all right, I got paid. And she said, that's wonderful, honey. You can give me $25. And I was like, what? You didn't do that. I did that. Then she explained to me the reality of, as you get older, you don't get to keep everything you make. Who do you think makes your breakfast? Who do you think cleans your laundry, etc.? So at 18, when I went to work in a uranium mine, my very first paycheck was $427. And I brought it home, showed my mom, and she said, well, that's lovely, honey. Now you can give me 50. And I said, no, ma'am, that'll be $150. And she said, no, that's too much. And I said, no, ma'am. You and Dad have raised me. You paid for everything that I've got to this point in my life. And by golly, I need to be helping out more.
Secretary of State, that office also runs business and regulate business register. And I wondered if what you're going to bring to that aspect of Secretary of State. We know, on one side, we want to honor businesses and make it easy for them to conduct business in Wyoming. On the other side, we also have to keep an eye on bad actors who may use LLCs, may play shell games in Wyoming. So how are you going to approach that?
Yeah, that's a great point, Jake. In fact, as a former entrepreneur and businessman, had 7 LLCs set up in my name, but the buck stopped with me, not with a registered agent somewhere. So I see how that game can be played, especially from bad actors who want to just utilize an LLC registered agent, and they have no accountability. Barry Crago introduced some legislation last session to start to address that. Of course, it was a budget session, so it really didn't get very far. And I think we're going to have to push forward on that, as well as we need to streamline filings. Right now, we're kind of a little bit archaic. You have to print out the stone tablets and chisel your information into that, and then send it in via mule back to the Secretary of State's office. We need to get into the 20th century, maybe even the 21st, and provide for some real online filing in that aspect. And I think that's something that I can bring to the table. A lot of technology in my background and the understanding of the usefulness of technology, as well as putting those safeguards in place to minimize the opportunity for bad actors to exploit us.
Secretary of State fills one of the 5 seats on SLIB. So how would you run that? We don't have a specific project. A lot of these are project by project. Is that how you would decide them? We need better communication, certainly, whether it's a wind farm or data center, whatever it is that SLIB is deciding on, the best use of state land. How would you approach this? What do you think about being on the SLIB board?
Yeah, so SLIB and SBLC, right, are slightly different, right? SBLC, that State Board of Land Commissioners deciding about how we utilize state lands. SLIB, that State Loan Investment Board, talking about how we make investments in infrastructure projects, right? So SBLC, obviously constitutionally defined how you have to utilize those lands for the benefit of schools. However, I would love to see a little bit of a move there again by legislators to allow for SBLC to take into account some local input. So as a county commissioner, we've been bludgeoned around the head and shoulders by people who bring projects in and they say, by golly, we got our state lease, you're going to approve this project. That's really not very neighborly. As a good neighbor, I think you come and talk to the neighbors first before you go to SLIB or SBLC asking for that lease. Now, there's no statutorily defined requirement for that to happen, but I'd like to see a little bit of encouragement that way. Come and talk to the locals so we can understand the project. We can understand what mitigations you have proposed and take some input from them about what they think are approaches that can minimize negative impacts while maximizing economic opportunity, especially for our young people.
Robert Short is with us, running for Secretary of State. I see on your website some impressive endorsements from organizations. Yeah, it's a who's who list of those backing Robert Short. Those meaningful to you?
Yeah, absolutely. These are industries that are near and dear to my heart, and they've been economic drivers for our state. And I've worked inside of them, and that's really important. I think people need to really grasp that these are not just handed out like candy. These are things that are given because those folks believe in my integrity, my ability to serve the people of Wyoming, because what they've seen me do in my work life, serving them and their constituents. So I really do take that as high praise and a great honor, and something that I can't just dismiss because these are Wyoming-based organizations.
Robert, one more thing, circling back to elections. Are you pretty happy with how Wyoming does things? I don't think, we have just such low numbers on fraud and monkey business with elections. It really doesn't happen here, but you got to be vigilant. I mean, what's the report card on Wyoming elections?
Yeah, Wyoming elections really are run very, very well. I mean, we have a really high standard of proficiency and of accuracy. Now, we do have, some need for improvement in accessibility, right? We need to make sure that it's easier for folks to vote. the best we possibly can. And all this noise about drop boxes and ballot harvesting, et cetera, right? I think that folks who are in assisted living facilities who have spent so much of their lives contributing to this state and contributing to our opportunity to survive and thrive here, for us to do anything that impinges on their ability to vote, that's really, I think, not very flattering for us. So we need to make sure they have an opportunity to continue to vote because it's something they love and care about so deeply. And to your point, Jake, four instances of voter fraud in 44 years.
Yeah.
That's really not a crisis, I don't think.
No, that's Wyoming showing the rest of the country how it's done. Robert, anything else before we let you go?
Jake, thank you so much for taking time with me this morning. I love my beautiful state, and I work diligently to help everybody in it. Thank you so much for taking time with me this morning.
Where are you going to be next? Shaking hands, kissing babies, or shaking babies, kissing hands, whatever it is.
I can't remember how that goes. Yeah, so I have county commission meetings this week because I will not abdicate my responsibility.
Yeah.
Followed by, there's a Politics in the Park on Wednesday in Casper. That's the Secretary of State. I'll be in Powell on Thursday, Lincoln County on Friday, Afton and DuBois Saturday. So Lincoln County, Afton Friday, and then move from there to DuBois on Saturday. Yeah, moving around.
He's on his way to you wherever you are.
Yes, sir.
On the campaign circuit. Thank you, Robert. Best of luck.
Thank you, Jake. Have a great day, man.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. That's Robert Short running for Secretary of State. You can find him on the internet, shortforstate.com, shortforstate.com. And find out more, maybe volunteer, maybe donate to the cause. From Wyoming, for Wyoming. An unwavering commitment to Wyoming values. It's Secretary of State candidate Robert Short joining us. That's fantastic. Next hour, Renny MacKay will be here. Wyoming Business Alliance, the Governor's Forum is coming up sooner than you think. You better get ready. Registration just opened, I think, August 1st. I'm not sure. Renny will tell us. Senator Ogden Driskill will be on the show. We'll get the latest on his campaign and the latest on the wildfires in the Devil's Tower area. And Chandra Ortiz in the nonprofit spotlight. She's with Wyoming 211. We'll find out more about what she does on a daily basis. All coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Searchers are optimistic that the barrel and a trash can that they found 2 weeks ago at the bottom of Fremont Lake contain the bodies of a young mother and her two sons murdered by notorious killer Gerald Uden. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that their next step is to recover the barrels.
When Bill Dosey and his team were going back through the drone footage a couple days after the search, they saw what appeared to be a trash can at the bottom of the lake. Now, this finding is significant because Gerald Uden claims to have placed the bodies of his two stepsons, Richard and Reagan, in that 35-gallon trash can. So combined, to find both the barrel and the trash can in the same vicinity at the bottom of the lake lends great credence to the fact that Uden is in fact telling the truth in his confession when he said he did put their bodies in the lake.
Uden has already confessed to the killings. In 2013, he told Wyoming investigators he shot Virginia, Uden, and the boys in September of 1980. Their bodies have never been found. Just as firefighters seem to be getting a handle on a nearly 300-acre fire burning just outside the southwest boundary of a closed Devil's Tower monument, another fire erupted to the southeast on Sunday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that one county official gave a very blunt assessment.
When I was talking to the Crook County Emergency Management Coordinator, and I just basically asked, how's the situation up there? He was pretty blunt. He said, it sucks. Now, interestingly enough, some of the places and businesses around the park that aren't directly impacted by the fire are still open, like the KOA campground, which is right next to Devil's Tower, is still open.
Although the 282 Left Creek fire burning to the west is not as bad as it was, Emergency Management Coordinator Ed Robinson tells Cowboy State Daily that having another wildfire so close to the monument's boundary, quote, certainly doesn't help us any. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This has been a reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as the county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
We have to fight and elect better people to keep Wyoming the way it is.
We really need transparency in our government and accountability.
We need Brent Bean.
If you believe in lower taxes, secure elections, and putting people first, vote for me on August 18th. Together we'll make Wyoming number one.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Ann Simpson, mother of 3 and wife of 70 years to prominent Wyoming political figure and late U.S. Senator Al Simpson, died Friday morning in her daughter's arms. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that her daughter Sue remembers her mother as the most beautiful woman, quote, inside and out that ever lived.
Ann's daughter Sue said that Ann could not get enough of her family, her husband, her family, and that everyone should have someone in their life who can't get enough of them.
Son Colin Simpson says his mother was diagnosed with an illness about 2 months earlier. Ann Simpson was 94 years old. For nearly 60 years, Vern Palmer has searched Wyoming ranches and forgotten dumps for old Wyoming license plates. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that at 90, the Big Piney mechanic has a Wyoming license plate from every year except one.
90-year-old Big Piney man Vern Palmer has spent 60 years collecting license plates. He has over 650 plates so far. Part of his collection is getting every plate from 1913 until now in the state of Wyoming in every county available. The state started issuing license plates in 1913, and that remains the only elusive plate for this collector so far. For Palmer, this was something that he enjoyed doing with his son, Jim. They would go out on ranch land into old dump grounds.
Ask Palmer about license plates and you'll quickly discover they're much more than stamped pieces of metal. They're tiny time capsules. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
No young person should ever have to worry about having a safe place to sleep at night, or a warm meal to eat, or whether anyone cares about them.
But the reality is, 1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year.
But the good news is, there's an organization making a big difference. Covenant House.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and the tools they need to succeed in life.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life. They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America.
To learn more, go to covenanthouse.org today. Thank you for caring.
Back to the Zoom room we go. Halfway through the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. Renny MacKay is here, president of Wyoming Business Alliance. We're going to talk about the upcoming Governor's Forum, Governor's Business Forum. That should be exciting, how you can get involved. But first, anytime we talk to Renny and anytime we talk about the Wyoming Business Alliance, we got to make the disclaimer, it's not the Wyoming Business Council. It's often mistaken for the Business Council. WBA, the Alliance, is a private organization funded by its members, and their members are businesses from every industry, every corner of the state. Renny, give us the run through on what the Alliance does day to day. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Jake. Good to see you today. So thank you for the disclaimer. Appreciate that you always help clarify that distinction for us. And so really glad to work on behalf of all of our members, those businesses, because what we're trying to do is try to make Wyoming the best place for those businesses to operate, and so that they can prosper, bring more jobs here, help grow the economy, make this a stronger state, and do all the amazing things that businesses do, reinvest in their communities directly with their own contributions and also with tax dollars. So we're out there trying to make sure that again, the environment in Wyoming is the best place possible for businesses to operate.
Follow along with us, WyomingBusinessAlliance.com. You can find it on the interwebs right now. So I saw you at Cheyenne Frontier Days, of course. It is one of the biggest economic drivers in this state. I mean, it means dollars for Cheyenne and Wyoming in general. It's huge.
Yeah, that was a great week. You again see that situation where there's businesses and companies from all across Wyoming who are sponsoring the event and invested in that. Then you see thousands of people show up every day to watch the rodeo or go to one of the night shows. Wyoming's tourism economy is our largest employing sector of the economy. That's where most people work in Wyoming. And really a big boost, not just to Cheyenne, but then, we attract people to Wyoming and they head out across all of across the Cowboy State after the rodeo, I think, for really enjoying our Western way of life and just those great family road trips. So it was wonderful to be around CFD.
That's a shame. It's only 10 days. It should be longer. Maybe we keep adding a little bit and maybe one day it'll be a month-long rodeo celebration. But that for tourism, you got both corners of the state, down in the southeast of Cheyenne Frontier Days and in the northwest. Obviously, a little place called Yellowstone helps move the needle as far as economy. Renny, let's talk about this governor's forum. This will be the last one for the current governor, Governor Gordon. So it'll be a kind of a send-off. What happened? I mean, August 1st, a couple days ago, you started open general registration to the public. I don't know has this always been an event open to the public?
Correct. Yeah, we've always been able to sell tickets and have people join this conversation. Certainly is, we believe, and I think the numbers back it up, the premier networking event to talk about business, the economy, and policy making in the state. November 11th through the 13th. We'll kick it off with a Veterans Day lunch on November 11th this year. We're really excited, again, to honor our veterans there on the 11th. And then we'll move into some great content on the 12th and the 13th. And people from all over the region come in. And of course, all over Wyoming come in for this forum and have for 43 years. This will be the 43rd Governor's Business Forum.
Yeah, last year, give me a highlight of last year's. It seemed like it was just the other day, and this one's going to seem like it's tomorrow. I mean, it's not till November, but don't miss out. Get registered now. Last year, a lot of big things came out of that forum.
Yeah, we really tried to have a discussion about where do we go into the future, because that is one of the things that is remarkable to me about the forum and its history, is that it has been the place that's catalyzed some big ideas. The Hathaway Scholarship came out of the Governor's Business Forum about 20 plus years ago. And as you helped with the disclaimer, the concept of having a council of businesses advise government and have a state entity for economic development came out of the Business Alliance. So some really big ideas have come from the forum in the past. As they come up as ideas, and then we can try to catalyze them. So last year we were really celebrating that history and looking at where we want to go as a state. So definitely we were talking a lot about workforce last year, energy. So it was a great event last year. We were in Laramie at the University of Wyoming, and we just keep selling it out. So this year we're trying to find a little bigger venue so we can get more people in the room, because we want to have people be part of the conversation at the forum every year.
Oh, that was going to be my next question. Where is it? It's a question mark. TBD. We got to find a place big enough. Maybe the Ford Wyoming Center in Casper. I don't know, but yeah, really, you've outgrown. Where were you in Laramie? Were you LCCC or where was it?
We were on campus and really appreciated the University of Wyoming being a partner on this and hosting at the Gateway, the Marion Rochelle Gateway Center there. And it fits about 500 people, but we're going to try to put 600 people into Little America for the forum again this November. So have a few more spots. We've sold out every year now for quite a while. And so this is a chance for, I think, a few more people to get there. And we really hope people get tickets soon, because it does sell out fast.
Yeah, get your tickets. What about sponsorship opportunities? Still a chance to get in on that?
Yes, absolutely. Our sponsors and companies from across Wyoming are the ones that make this event possible for us, because we spend the whole year working on it and planning the next one. And so there are some sponsorships still available if people want to contact us, or go to the website, WyomingBusinessAlliance.com, and get information. But I really appreciate all those folks who already committed to make an investment in this year's forum.
Renny MacKay is with us, Wyoming Business Alliance. We're talking about the Governor's Business Forum. It's coming up in November. Registration is open now, opened on August 1st. So get registered if you want to attend this. Well, I do want to, we'll circle back to this in a minute, but I want to also understand the College of Business Career Fair. That's coming up next month, September 16th. What's that all about?
Yeah, the College of Business is a great partner to the Business Alliance. We really appreciate them. And so we're just there to help them anytime they need us. And so they've got a great event coming up for a career fair for their students. And that's really valuable to our members, because our members hire a lot of college business alumni.
Renny, for the business, for the Governor's Forum, obviously Governor Gordon will be there. I'm sure keynote speaker. What else do you think you're going to touch on? And I'm thinking like it's always, the forum's always a look ahead. It's always thinking about what's next. This year's theme is Forging the Wyoming Way. I would imagine, digital assets, the stable token, all kinds of like futuristic stuff where Wyoming does lead the way. Wyoming's we good at legacy energy kind of things, but we're also known for just being forerunners in the whole blockchain environment.
Yeah, it is incredible the way that Wyoming does blend its traditions and its past with innovations and advancements to try to continue to grow. Those people who do care about, having a strong economy really do look at policies and areas where we can find some expansion. So your point, we're going to do a little of both. So we've got a great keynote coming in. His name's Keith Allred, and he's from Idaho, an Idaho ranch kid, but now he's the executive director of the National Institute for Civil Discourse. So we think on America's 250th, having him come in and talk about, where are we as a country? He really gets the West. He knows Wyoming really well. Where's a state like Wyoming still have that opportunity to find solutions and have civil discourse so we can be at our best as a state and a country. So really excited to have him come in and give a keynote. And then as you talk about, we're going to look at the future a little bit too. So we'll be diving into AI, how it's affecting workforce and businesses in Wyoming. And so it's going to be a little bit of everything. We'll talk founding fathers and we'll talk about AI.
Keith Allred is that guy?
Exactly.
All
Yeah.
right. I'm going to look him up. Okay. Renny MacKay joining us, Wyoming Business Alliance. And we want to give our listeners a heads up on registration now open for the Governor's Business Forum. And that'll be November. And we're moving it to
Cheyenne, Little America.
Okay. Little America can host the growing business forum. Anything else, Renny?
Well, yeah. Thanks so much, Jake, for all you do. This is a big moment for Wyoming. So forging that future is big for us right now, because I think we've got a lot of economic opportunity around us right now in Wyoming. We've got to figure out how we do it and how we make sure that our kids have great places to live and work here in Wyoming. We can either get them to stay or get them to come back, but just make sure that Wyoming's the best state possible, because I think we love it.
Yeah, I feel in so many ways, all the news headlines and the news cycle, that so many ways Wyoming is at this crossroad where it's like, where do you want to go? And there's such blue sky, but I feel like we could make a wrong turn. Let's make the right turn. Let's do it all together and get informed at the business forum. I feel we're on the verge of something here as a state.
Absolutely. That's exactly right. Thanks, Jake.
You bet. Renny MacKay is with us, Wyoming Business Alliance. You can find him on the internet, wyomingbusinessalliance.com. We'll be back with more of the show. Thanks, Renny. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues on a Monday. Up next, Senator Ogden Driskill. I hope Senator Driskill gets the memo that he's on now. He was on last hour. I think his clock is an hour off, perhaps. Maybe he's doing that daylight savings time thing. Maybe he's already enacted his own clock change. I don't know, but hopefully Senator Driskill will be here, and I think Claire will join to have a chat with the senator right after this quick break.
At Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming. Like the outdoors.
Yeah, it looks like a young Grizzly recently separated from its mom, was out wandering around doing a thing.
Energy.
Cheyenne's become this data center magnet.
And the issues you care about.
Wyoming Highway Patrol is facing a significant trooper shortage with 36 unfilled trooper positions.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it. There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Yeah, I'm trying to find an update on the wildfires that have forced evacuations in Spokane. I saw some photos and videos of that. I mean, that fire's huge. Devastation fires. And I'm wondering if that's not some of the smoke we're getting. I'm sure it is here in Wyoming. Washington State facing record-setting wildfires have destroyed hundreds of homes, thousands evacuated. And the state facing, kind of like Wyoming, drought conditions, unusually high temperatures, high winds. Washington Governor Bob Ferguson declared a state of emergency. Washington State is on fire. And you can tell by just sniffing the air in Wyoming. It is smoky here, and that's a big part of it, is those Washington fires. Just awful. Speaking of fires, we got some wildfires cooking around the Devil's Tower area, so we'll bring in Senator Ogden Driskill. We'll get an update on the campaign for re-election, and we'll also get an update maybe on the fires. Senator, you got some wildfires in the neighborhood. What's the latest as you look out your window? Are we getting a handle on them?
Yeah, I think the unbelievable coordination, probably the best I've ever seen between federal, state, all the locals. I mean, people poured in. The community is absolutely unbelievable. It's probably an absolute model of how to respond to a natural disaster. And, everybody stepped up across the board. And guess what? They're both relatively small fires, both of them at 300 acres or less. These easily could have been fires that grew together and were tens of thousands of acres. And between air support from the state and the feds and all our locals, I mean, neighbors showed up with cats and blades and local people, and nobody was territorial. Everybody just said, go fight fire. And it's the best I've ever seen in my life.
Wow. Nonpartisan firefighting. I like it. Nothing brings us together, Wyomingites, like a cause, like an emergency, like all hands on deck.
Well, the fires did get political. I actually, it's really interesting. I got beat up for showing up at a fire 10 days ago that politicians were using it for political purposes, which it was just us doing what we've always done. So we kind of backed off. And then yesterday we actually had somebody that was upset because I was at the livestock sale in Gillette instead on the fire line. I'd been on it the day before and through the night and in the morning. And I went to support the junior livestock sale in Gillette, and they were like, hey, how come you're not out on your own fire out here? My son and my father-in-law were on it, but really interesting how it works. But it really was a textbook example. I am so proud of our community, and these things tend to pull you together, not apart, and it's really a helpful thing.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Senator, give us a quick update on the campaign. I know there was a period where you were deciding whether or not you even wanted to run again, so you decided you are. And what's this campaign trail look like compared to ones past? What are you doing? Where are you going? How's it going so far?
Very, very different than the past. And yeah, you are correct. I had decided I was going to retire and not run. And, when the Freedom Caucus said they were going to make a move on the Senate, the people were just overwhelming that called me and said, look, we really don't want that style politics. And I realize this is political, but that's really what we heard. And so I announced and ran, and, it's become quite a personal race. There's a lot of outside influences in it. The flyers from the outside are crazy. They've angered people in this area incredibly. I haven't sent a flyer out yet. I haven't even sent one out. And, I actually got to a point that I challenged my competitor to go have a debate with AFP over the flyers because everybody was mad that the AFP was spreading whatever. And I said, look, this isn't my battle. I mean, my face is on one side of it. They put it on there with a smiling face, but then they went after actual bills with the leader of the Freedom Caucus, and, rather than answering their salvo, he put videos out and attacked me for black flyers. And it's like, I don't have any control. There's been a lot of flyers come out around this race. I have no control with any of them, and I don't have control on the content. And frankly, I'm disappointed in part of them, actually a lot of them. But I do see a trend starting to happen to flyers as they're realizing that the lies don't work quite as good. They're starting to footnote them with bills and actual actions. And that is helpful to me is, if you want to attack my record, fair game, game on. Name a bill number, talk about a vote I did. I'm game for it. But to come out and just say you're a bad guy and you're a liar is a problem. And I am having that happening. And, I wrote the editorial that everybody knows about on your guys' publication. And the rebuttal was frankly really disheartening because it once again did a 180 degree of what my record shows I've done. And I have not answered to it. I don't see it's worthwhile to answer, but it's painful to see that we're back to spreading rhetoric and rumors to try to defeat somebody rather than saying, here's your actual record and here's what happened. And I also will tell you, I don't want to hear about a vote on a failed bill or a bill that came out of the House that could have been, would have been, should have been. Let's talk about what became law and who became the leadership to actually get the two bodies, which are at each other's throat, who had the leadership to actually get something passed, which I'll take big credit on the budget this year. We were heading for a special session and a wrecked budget, and I did a budget amendment that everybody claims was a win, which I think is kind of fun. Is, the Freedom Caucus stepped out, said, we won this battle.
Yeah.
The governor stepped out, said, we won this battle, and the Senate said, we won it. And that's what I call a win-win. And, they're carping about it, what's in it now, but it actually was a win for all of the state. The people spoke. And they bullied all of us into doing the right thing. We kept our government intact because of the people of Wyoming, not because of me.
Well, I hope we, on the campaign trail, we can keep it to issues. I would have never thought I would see the kind of attack stuff we see this day and age. Senator Driskill, you've been at it a little bit a while. I mean, would you ever thought in your first campaign for the legislature that we would see a day and age where we're attacking each other like this?
No, and I can tell you for me, I've quit campaigning locally. It's become, and by locally, I mean Crook and Weston counties, very contentious neighbors, friends. So I've done a deal that said, look, I'm just stepping back. We all know where we're going to vote. I don't want to be contentious. If my opponent wants to throw rocks at me, that's fine, but I'm not going to stir it. I got to live in this community for the rest of my life. So does my family. And I don't want to create any more permanent enemies than we have through this. I'm hoping we can heal it up and get through. I can tell you, I just want to be a part of the community. I want to do what's good for Wyoming. And I hope everybody kind of reads through the stuff because this started last election cycle where you villainize someone and make them into an enemy and an evil thing. I don't feel that way. I feel like a vast majority of the legislature is there to try to do the right thing. We don't always agree on how we get there, but they're trying to do the right thing. And I think now we're starting to see some national groups coming in, i.e. Freedom Caucus stuff that probably are maybe looking more at regional agendas and national agendas than Wyoming agendas. And that's concerning.
Senator Driskill's with us. Claire McFarland joins. Claire,
Good morning, Claire.
Morning. Sorry I'm late. It's been a weird morning.
Oh, well, we're trying to put out fires in Devil's Tower. I think we got a handle on that. And we're just getting an update on Senator Driskill's campaign. Where do you want to jump in?
Well, I'm looking at your op-ed. I might split hairs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm thrilled with it.
There's a point where you say that the House, let me find it. I lost it. I'm sorry. That they were basically trying to cram 200 amendments down the public's throat in an extra day. I mean, with the Senate's omnibus amendment to go back to the governor's recommended budget, that was kind of the same thing, except it was all in one amendment. So each provision didn't get an individual debate. So how is voting for the omnibus amendment any less of a cramming than debating all of its provisions over the extra day?
Very different. The truth is, every legislator had the governor's budget, which was highly vetted, and they had it laying on their desk. So they knew what was in the governor's budget and how it looked. And then they got to see all the amendments that came in through the Senate that actually broke down a lot of the things that the people loved. And so those series of amendments, and by the way, we didn't bring back the governor's amendment. If you really look at it, there was quite a lot of tweaks in there that I didn't talk about. The overall framework, yes, was the governor's amendment, but there was lots of changes, dozens of changes in there. We explained on the floor what we were doing. We worked all of our legislators behind the scenes. The Senate was very well up on what was going, and they agreed that what the Appropriations Committee had done was not good for Wyoming, and the easiest way to do it was to bring that framework. And what we said was, bring your tweaks on the third reading, and you can do anything you want. That was the quote. And it was really interesting. After we passed it, the third reading had very few tweaks in the Senate. After they'd digested it, had 24 hours to think about it, they said, we did the right thing. The House, the Freedom Caucus, did just the opposite. They said, we don't agree at all with what the Senate's doing. So they brought over 200 amendments that were brought, basically a big chunk of them were out of the Freedom Caucus, and they tried to push them down the House. And they found out they actually didn't have the votes to push their agenda on the House. And it failed after 2 days of incredible infighting. If you watch Steve Harshman's quote, they actually, the majority of the House stood up to the Freedom Caucus and said, no, we're going to do what's right for Wyoming. They did. They came out of it, and you know what? Their body voted for what came out. Regardless of how it came about, they supported at the end. My opponent was the chair of the conference committee. I was no part of it. He had every ability in the world to go to additional meetings, to go to additional days, to go to a special session, and yet they chose to support the amendment that I brought. And now they're having heartburn about what they supported.
A little, like there were compromises, right? Like the business council, there were compromises in particular. Where else did we see? I think you guys did get the state employee raises through.
Employee raises, city and town money, business council, public radio, University of Wyoming. I mean, it goes on and on and on. There's actually 10 or 15 major areas, and they capitulated on every single one of those areas. I'm sure you're going to hear after this that we didn't, but the fact is the bill tells the truth. They capitulated on them.
The University of Wyoming had some more hard-nosed features in its budget that could be cast as a compromise, but the governor line item vetoed. And so, you do question how the compromise went. But as for the business council, I guess it's a quasi agency, it's listed under the budget as an agency, and yet the audit report called it something else. So I guess that's a debate. But in your area, in your Senate district, what is the vibe? Because you would like to keep the business council, and Speaker Nyman is like, we shouldn't be having economic development in a little discretionary agency with the people's money. How is that playing in your race?
It's really interesting for the people that you get a chance to talk to and actually tell them what the facts are. They start learning. If you want to talk about Weston County, the business park in Upton is a huge part of their tax base in the entire county at this point in time. I mean, at one point in time, it saved the county from basically going broke. That business park was totally funded through and with the business council. So our business parks, I'll go to a major business in Sundance that most people don't understand. They brought their regional headquarters out of Iowa to Sundance with dozens and dozens of jobs. That was a business council project. When you explain to them that, look, the football field's named after this business in Sundance. When you explain to them that that business probably wouldn't have been there without the business council, they have a little bit different attitude. Is there's been spin like everything else put on. So the other side, the Freedom Caucus, has focused on failures of the business council. I've focused on their successes and said, look, the program works. It's a good one. I encourage people to really dig deep into it. That's where I went. Do I think the business council needs reform? Absolutely. Do I think UW needs reform? Absolutely. Do I think we do it with a baseball bat and brass knuckles? The answer is no. You sit down with them and say, where's the flaws at? Where's it at? And how can we do business better? And, we've got a philosophy here that's really different. Back to Speaker Nyman and what they did is, so they killed the Irish trade bill the last week of the session, which was interesting. We have a country reaching out to us, wanting to do trade with the state of Wyoming. They want to be sister states and work directly with us. Cost no money to the state. In Wyoming, the quote on the floor was, well, it's nothing but an island. It really doesn't make any difference. How do you think that makes another country feel? I can tell you, going back the other way, I was the guy that formed what is now the Asia Pacific Trade Office, multi-millions of dollars of trade between Wyoming businesses, beef, whiskey. Reminds you a little of the old Indian days, and they came in, we trade a lot of the things they did. They need the things we want. The same was true with Ireland. PRCA was the same. We managed to get it put in the budget. But even after it had passed in the budget, they went and made a point to kill the bill that was to bring the PRCA in. Couldn't stand that we were going to spend $15 million, not of straight tax money, of tourism money that was set up to bring business into the state. Did exactly what it was set up. We spent $15 million one time, and we brought 80 high-paying jobs from Colorado to Wyoming. Brought in a $50 million headquarters that's now going to be a business district in Cheyenne that, by all accounts, looks like it's probably going to generate $15 million back in less than 5 years, and then it generates money every year. This is the philosophies that I stand for, that we fight over. Is there a role of the government stepping in? And the answer is absolutely yes. They've got to do it. You'll hear they're picking winners and losers. What does your bank do when you go up in front of the bank and ask for a loan? They pick winners and losers. If you're a good loan prospect, you're a winner. If you haven't paid your bills and you're bad, you're a loser. And the state really needs to weigh it that way: is what's the entire economic benefit to the district or the state? And what are the potential costs if we fail on it? And I want jobs for my grandkids and great grandkids. And the only way we're going to get them is attracting business. And the truth is, I'd love a total free market economy. But the fact is, it's competitive between particularly these good paying jobs. And, you got to work with people to bring business council is the only tool we really have right now.
Well, to that end, that extra day that the House spent debating amendments was largely a rigorous, and as a political reporter, I was fascinated, a rigorous debate over the role of government, the proper role of government. And this didn't emerge at the time, but through our coverage, we've since given the less government people an example of a failure in economic development. And that isn't, well, depending whom you ask. In 2010, the urgency was, we have to give data centers tax breaks or they won't come here. And we're competing with Texas and we really want this Microsoft data center. And guess what? Now we have lots of data centers and it's a huge flashpoint debate. So
guess who the biggest taxpayer in Cheyenne is?
Who?
Data centers. They're paying double-digit millions.
Oh, you're talking about the property taxes?
Yep. I am not going to get into the debate of whether they should be there or not. But very short, when you go back to 2010, Cheyenne had a broke economy and they were having a hell of a hard time getting by. And all of a sudden, you fast forward 16 years later, and they're an economic driver in the state. Cheyenne's housing values are incredible. The jobs are paying a lot. Am I advocating for business centers? Absolutely not. Am I advocating that what happened there worked? I absolutely will. If they didn't have done the tax breaks, we wouldn't have had them. Cheyenne would still be trying to figure out what they were going to do to pay bills. And, this is local government should have local choices to decide what they want to bring. Now, I'll be part of the crew that eliminates the sales tax breaks for business centers. They don't need them anymore. These guys are big businesses. They don't need the breaks anymore. That's what you do when you get there. But it's up to local governments. You know, do I want a data center on my ranch at Devil's Tower? No. But might Carbon County or Rock Springs want one down there that they can figure out how to do it that brings jobs when they're in a shrinking economy? That should be their choice, not a blanket statewide top down, by God, we're not going to have it. And that's been the difference of how I do business and how they do business. They want power centralized in Cheyenne, and they want us to make the decisions for the local governments. Look at the school recal bill. Look at the things they've done. All of their major moves have moved power away from local governments and to the state government. That's not what I represent.
With the school recal bill, well, I believe you voted for it.
I did. It's a great one. And I love the example. So I'm going to tell you exactly what happened. I took the word of a senator I trust very much that was on recal, and I took the word of some people that it actually was going to leave my local districts held harmless, that they were adding money and it was going to be all good.
Are you talking about the Crago attempt?
No, I'm talking about the actual bill, because the attempts are, you know, and I voted on some of the attempts, but mine were, you know, Crago got his done. For the ultra small, they came out totally great. It worked. For the mid-size small, which is the Hewletts, Uptons, Sundance, those are my districts. I came home. School board was in an uproar. I met with the local chair of the school board in both Weston and Crook counties, both Weston County districts and Crook County. And they said our ox is getting gored. So I went to a meeting in Sundance that was attended by 100+ people. They were going to eliminate the music program in Moorcroft and blah, 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 blah. And my opponent brought a spreadsheet and said, you guys don't understand. You're not hurt. You just don't understand what's happening. And my comment was much different. I said, I'm going to do something that you don't hear me do real often. I'm going to apologize. I voted on a bill that I didn't understand well enough to do. And I'll give you my word that I'll help my local district get whole and fix these problems. That's the difference between me and my opponent, is I actually work with them. I've now pulled a meeting together a month ago that we met with 4 different school districts. We talked about what the impacts on them were. We talked about how to try to fix it. And, you know, doubling down when you've passed a bill and telling local government that it doesn't affect them. And we're in the same thing. If you read the columns in the rebuttal, they still will say the taxes did not affect local government. I'm going to tell you, pick up a phone and call my county commissioners in Crook and Weston counties. Call the school board people. Call the fire and EMT people. They're going to tell you our tax cuts had direct impacts on their budgets. Now, backfill's a whole different issue. We can fight about how that happened or not. But whether there was an impact or not, which there's a quote of John Bear saying the cuts were inconsequential. Well, ask the guys in Hewlett that have a hard time getting parts and fuel in their fire trucks because of budget cuts. Now, you can argue about how the county allocated the money. Once again, they've pivoted and said, well, you guys gave yourself raises and it just cost us all that money. But the flat fact of the matter is, we're having a hard time for people to understand what inflation has done to our local governments. I know you know what it's done to you. Jake knows what it's done to him. Gas your car up, go buy something in the supermarket, and it doesn't buy what it did a year ago. And it certainly doesn't even come close to 5 years ago. Governments are not exempt from that. We're acting like government shouldn't. You know, that was the fight over employee raise. Why should we raise their raises? I didn't get a raise. Well, you know, we're in a competitive market, and I can tell you, highway patrolman, that was the first raise that came through. I believe it came from a question I asked in appropriations. I said, what does it cost to train a highway patrol officer, and how long are we keeping them? And it took all of about 3 minutes of that debate for us to give raises to highway patrol and change how we did it. But we didn't help the rest of the government. And, you know, you talk about the budget amendments. Once again, I'll skip around. You said, well, they had a wonderful debate on a budget amendment.
It was fun. I don't know about wonderful. We had a House representative pass out.
Yeah. So why didn't we have that debate in appropriations? If you remember the vote on the business council, we had them in front of us twice. Nobody asked any hard questions of them. And then the motion came after there'd been 2 days of testimony and no really hard question. Business council didn't know they were about to have a motion to eliminate them. And then out of the blue comes a motion to totally eliminate the business council. And I encourage everybody to go back and listen to the visual and the audio on it. I stopped right before the vote. I stopped Chairman Bear and said, time out. Can I ask one more question? And I asked this question of the Appropriations Committee and the bringers. I said, how many of you sat with the director of the business council and talked about your problems? How many of you have been to their office? And how many of you talked to board members? And the answer was 0. How do you eliminate an agency when you don't go do a deep dive? This is why you've seen me be angry about what they're doing. Is I don't have a problem taking a hard run at them. But you look them in the eye and you show them where the problems are at and give them a chance to say we can fix it or not. And there's frustration, but this deal to eliminate an agency with 40 employees and you haven't set foot in the office and you haven't talked to any of those employees, this is pretty interesting government, folks. What comes next? What other agency are we going to be mad about that we just bring a motion to eliminate it?
Senator
That's not how to
Ogden,
do business.
Senator Ogden Driskill on the show this morning. His guest column, what has Wyoming's Freedom Caucus actually accomplished, should serve to just fan the flames between a growing feud between Senator Driskill and the Freedom Caucus. If they're going to make inroads into the Senate, it's not going to be through Devil's Tower. Senator Driskill, thank you. Claire, thanks so much.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back after these.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as the county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
All right, let's get back into the Zoom room. Chandra, we're running late. Sorry. Chandra Ortiz is with us. It's a hard CH. I want to say Chandra, but it's Chandra, right?
It is, correct.
Got it. This is the Navigation Programs and Community Impact Manager at 211. We're going to dive into what that is and also talk about Kinship Connections of Wyoming. First, give us the 411 on 211. I am not familiar with this resource.
That's unfortunate. I actually hear that a lot. So Wyoming 211 has been around since 2011. And originally it was designed to take off the pressure when people call 911 for non-emergent needs. And so we are basically a health and human resource connection center. So we are here. We are an online database as well as a call center to help relieve any needs that families have before they turn into crisis. So we have needs such as food and nutrition assistance, housing utility assistance, childcare assistance, veteran assistance. But I think one thing that's really important to note is that we have really specialized programs, like you mentioned, Kinship Connections of Wyoming. It's an actual navigation program that helps grandparents raising grandkids, aunts and uncles raising nieces and nephews. Completely free program, regardless of income, to help them get those basic needs to keep those children in their homes rather than entering foster care. And we have a number of navigation systems. We have an aging and disability, as well as a community care navigation system, which helps a lot of our homeless individuals and those who are facing many mental health needs.
Wyoming 211, a free and confidential resource that helps individuals and families across the state find answers to life's challenges. These are family emergencies, but they're not emergency, but like 911. So, okay, I see where 211 fits now. Whether it's housing, food assistance, what are some of the typical things you might be able to help with? And that'll definitely talk about what Kinship Connections of Wyoming, what is the relationship there? Because I know you can give people help navigating a legal system. Maybe there's guardian assistance or mounting utility bills, whatever the challenge is for families. Just dial 211, get connected, get help. What is Kinship Connections of Wyoming, Chandra?
So Kinship Connections is a program of Wyoming 211, and it fits really well together. So somebody who calls 211 because maybe they need help paying a utility bill, they're connected to a call specialist who then listens to their needs. Well, during this call for a utility bill, they're having this conversation with this call specialist. They now realize they're also a grandparent who has just taken in 3 grandkids. And now, yes, they need utility assistance, but wow, we can now connect them to another program that can assist them, which is Kinship Connections. And so one of the main things that we do then is we listen to what their needs are. Maybe they're now needing transportation because they're trying to get 3 kids, back and forth to school, or they need guardianship assistance. That's one of the really big things that we do at Kinship Connections. And that gives them the ability to obtain legal guardianship of these children, which then allows them to be able to enroll them in school, make decisions in their everyday life, take them to the doctor, do those basic things that they need to keep that family stable.
Hey, let's do some real life exercises. I'm going to call 211 right now and you answer the phone. I'm a parent of like 3 kids and we're getting ready to go back to school here pretty soon. And I'm faced with like, I get my kids clothes. I'm worried that the family budget doesn't extend enough. Where's a good resource to get clothes? How about school stuff? I don't think I can swing it financially. I need some help. Is that some place you can step in?
It absolutely is. And depending on what area you live in, many areas in our state have back to school bashes. And so you can attend those. So we have resources to be able to hook them up with the back to school bashes that are going on where they can then get their kids' school supplies. We have many organizations across the state that will help with clothing assistance. And then I think what a lot of individuals and families don't recognize also is that if we can help alleviate, maybe we can get you on LiaBraaten services to help get your utility bills lowered. That lessens up some of that tightness so that you can then spend the money getting food that maybe you couldn't get before, or maybe you need food assistance. So if we can loosen that money up there, then you can have it for other supports that you need in your life.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, right now, utility bills, maybe you open the bill and it's like way more than you thought, probably running the AC with the summer we're having, but yes. Certainly in the winter, I mean, we want to make sure people are able to heat their home and be comfortable. So, like you said, if you assist with a utility bill, that frees up money for a family to spend now at the grocery store. But that's got to be a big thing where you get a lot of calls about utility bills that people wonder how they're going to pay those.
Yes, housing. I'm really glad that you mentioned that. Housing and utility is one of the biggest concerns, the biggest calls that we get in. And so one thing that I really want to stress is when people start seeing that, you get that and you kind of panic and then you push it to the side. But if you call 211 when you're first having that problem happen, rather than waiting until your utilities are turned off, we can help get you on utility assistance programs, and we can help get that bill maybe paid in portions rather than waiting until it becomes a real crisis and now you don't have electricity or you can't make your rent payment. And so there's different programs that we know of that maybe you don't know about that we can get you connected to, so that, and we can connect you early so that they can start working on this rather than calling us and now you're evicted and don't know where you're going to stay that night.
Yeah, don't let it get to that desperate stage. I would probably be one of those where I would get a bill and I'd say, I can't pay this, and just push it aside, out of sight, out of mind until you get a disconnect. Yeah, get on it early. Find out what 211 can do for you. Now, you're connect people. You're an agency that connects people with the resources. You don't necessarily, you're not cutting people checks. You're just trying to find them. They probably have no idea that these tools, these resources are available to them. They don't even know where to start. They just know they're a little underwater, and dialing 211 can get you connected with somebody who can help.
It is. And so, Jake, we have over 3,100 resources in our database. And that's what's really great. When people call in, we can start hearing what their story is, and they don't even recognize, we're the specialists, right, in those resources. They don't recognize what resources are out there in their communities. And so we can connect them to 2 or 3 different resources just from one call, recognizing what their needs are. And then we can connect them to resources within their specific communities or statewide that can be of assistance.
Chandra Ortiz is with us, and it's easy to remember. We've been talking about Wyoming 211, wyoming211.org, or of course, just dial 211 if you're having that kind of an emergency, and they'll help you out. Thank you for being on, Chandra.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too. Thanks so much.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here on a Monday. We're about, 3/4 of the way through, with more coming. Don't miss next hour. Dale Killingback will be on. We'll catch up with the latest of his stories. Mac Watson joins the conversation. It's always great to recap the weekend with Mac and see where we are eye to eye on what we thought happened over the weekend. Usually Mac and I, we read the same news or something. And Stacy Koester will be on, and we'll talk about her efforts with her agency. We just found the remains of a person, and we possibly have an ID, but Stacy would warn it's important not to get ahead of ourselves with that. She'll be on the show next hour. Right now, it's time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Searchers are optimistic that the barrel and a trash can that they found 2 weeks ago at the bottom of Fremont Lake contain the bodies of a young mother and her 2 sons murdered by notorious killer Gerald Uden. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that their next step is to recover the barrels.
When Bill Dosey and his team were going back through the drone footage a couple days after the search, they saw what appeared to be a trash can at the bottom of the lake. Now, this finding is significant because Gerald Uden claims to have placed the bodies of his 2 stepsons, Richard and Reagan, in that 35-gallon trash can. So combined, to find both the barrel and the trash can in the same vicinity at the bottom of the lake lends great credence to the fact that Uden is in fact telling the truth in his confession when he said he did put their bodies in the lake.
Uden has already confessed to the killings. In 2013, he told Wyoming investigators he shot Virginia, Uden, and the boys in September of 1980. Their bodies have never been found. Just as firefighters seem to be getting a handle on a nearly 300-acre fire burning just outside the southwest boundary of a closed Devil's Tower monument, another fire erupted to the southeast on Sunday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that one county official gave a very blunt assessment.
When I was talking to the Crook County Emergency Management Coordinator, and I just basically asked, how's the situation up there? He was pretty blunt. He said, it sucks. Now, interestingly enough, some of the places and businesses around the park that aren't directly impacted by the fire are still open, like the KOA campground, which is right next to Devil's Tower, is still open.
Although the 282 Left Creek fire burning to the west is not as bad as it was, Emergency Management Coordinator Ed Robinson tells Cowboy State Daily that having another wildfire so close to the monument's boundary, quote, certainly doesn't help us any. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This has been a reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
We have to fight and elect better people to keep Wyoming the way it is.
We really need transparency in our government and accountability.
We need Brent Bean.
If you believe in lower taxes, secure elections, and putting people first, vote for me on August 18th. Together we'll make Wyoming number one.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Ann Simpson, mother of 3 and wife of 70 years to prominent Wyoming political figure and late U.S. Senator Al Simpson, died Friday morning in her daughter's arms. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that her daughter Sue remembers her mother as the most beautiful woman, quote, inside and out that ever lived.
Ann's daughter Sue said that Ann could not get enough of her family, her husband, her family, and that everyone should have someone in their life who can't get enough of them.
Son Colin Simpson says his mother was diagnosed with an illness about 2 months earlier. Ann Simpson was 94 years old. For nearly 60 years, Vern Palmer has searched Wyoming ranches and forgotten dumps for old Wyoming license plates. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that at 90, the Big Piney mechanic has a Wyoming license plate from every year except one.
90-year-old Big Piney man Vern Palmer has spent 60 years collecting license plates. He has over 650 plates so far. Part of his collection is getting every plate from 1913 until now in the state of Wyoming in every county available. The state started issuing license plates in 1913, and that remains the only elusive plate for this collector so far. For Palmer, this was something that he enjoyed doing with his son, Jim. They would go out on ranch land into old dump grounds.
Ask Palmer about license plates and you'll quickly discover they're much more than stamped pieces of metal. They're tiny time capsules. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For a Native American child living in poverty, opportunities are limited and filled with obstacles. Generational trauma, poverty, and a disconnect from their culture. These children are looking for a new direction, a chance at a better life for their families and communities. At St. LiaBraaten Indian School, Native American children get that chance.
I like that they try to keep us safe. I do feel safe here. My favorite thing about LiaBraaten is how they incorporate our cultural values into our everyday education.
St. LiaBraaten is more than a school. Here, every child gets the education and tools to become the change makers of tomorrow.
Graduating from LiaBraaten will allow me to attend bigger universities and colleges through their scholarship programs.
Learn more about how St. LiaBraaten is helping lead our children to a future that is proud, prosperous, and free. Learn more at stliabraaten.org.
Yeah, so that story from Colby Fedor about the guy who collects license plates. I got a few in my background if you're watching the show. I mean, here's one right there. That's I'm not sure what year that is, but that goes back a little ways, not to 1913. So in the Colby Fedor story about the 90-year-old big piney man who has a license plate from every year, he's been collecting them. And that's a lot of license plates. Wyoming began issuing license plates in 1913, and that's the only year plate that he doesn't have. He's got every one. So when I heard that, I wondered, what are the chances that Vern Palmer is going to find a 1913 Wyoming license plate, the first year that the state began issuing them? So in order to calculate his odds, I wanted to see how many license plates were issued in 1913 in Wyoming. Care to guess? Want to ballpark it? How many vehicles, how many registered motor vehicles were in the state of Wyoming in 1913? I would guess that it would not be very many. Like in the hundreds would be believable, but it turns out in 1913, approximately 1,500 motor vehicles were registered in Wyoming in the first year it issued metal license plates. Before that, before 1913, local municipalities, for instance, Cheyenne, state capital, required rudimentary or homemade tags, sometimes crafted out of leather. There was no statewide mandate. There was just local ordinances. So if you were driving around in Cheyenne in 1910 in your Model A, the ordinance in downtown Cheyenne or in the Cheyenne city limits would be, you've got to come up with your own license plate, just write a number there, whatever. And it can be made out of anything, any number made out of anything, just so we can keep track of who's who. Man, talk about the Wild West. That's pretty Wild West-ish. Make your own license plate in 1910, 11, 1912. But 1913, statewide plates come into fruition, and there were just 1,500 estimated. So, Vern, I don't know, man. You're looking for a needle in a haystack if you're trying to find a 1913 license plate. You might be at it a little bit of a while. Dale Killingbeck is not here. He might still be actually on vacation. Does anybody know? Mac's probably listening. Mac's up next. Dale might be unavailable. I remember last week we had to write down that he wouldn't be on, but I thought he was back now. Dale had the story about reliving the anniversary of that deadly flood, July 31st, 1976, the Big Thompson flood, deadliest flood in Colorado history. And one Cheyenne native, Alan Ohashi, vividly remembers being caught in the canyon when the Big Thompson flood hit. He grabbed onto a portable toilet and floated. He's like, that's the only thing that saved him. He had a floating portable toilet, snagged his car and carried him to safety. He barely survived. It's an interesting story. I think I remember reading this last year, so it might be a replay of the story, but it's the anniversary, the July 31st anniversary of the Big Thompson flood. And it was big. Dale Killingbeck's other story we wanted to chat with him about is why Texas turned to Casper Why Texas turned to a Casper Scottsdale mint to produce gold and silver coins. Casper's Scottsdale mint, and that's not to be confused with Scottsdale, Arizona. I already made that mistake. The state of Texas tapped Casper's Scottsdale mint to produce gold and silver coins. They chose Casper because it rivals the quality of the U.S. Mint. You probably didn't even know we had a comparable U.S. Mint going in Casper. I just barely kind of remembered that, and I should have remembered it better because I think we've had Josh Fair on this show. He's the CEO of the Scottsdale Mint, and he said he called this it's the Cowboy State Alliance. He said this is historic to see a state who is obviously constricted in what it can and can't do with coinage and legal tender. This is a pretty big statement piece, said Josh Fair, CEO of Scottsdale Mint. Read more about this story from Dale Killingback. Texas turning to a Wyoming mint to produce its official commemorative gold and silver coins through it's sold through the Texas Bullion Depository. But it's pretty interesting piece of trivia to understand Texas famed commemorative gold and silver coins are actually minted in Wyoming. I mean, we're proud to step in for Texas in this case, but yeah, good story from Dale Killingback, and Dale, I'm going to assume, is still on vacation. So let's take a quick break, see if Mac Watson is ready to join right after these words.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. The moment I chose hope was when I couldn't look myself in the mirror anymore. I did not recognize myself. Absolutely. So I'm so proud because I did not think I was gonna make it. And now, you know, I get to call my mom and say I love her. I get to teach my son how to say, Mama, I love you. Yeah. So for me, hope in this moment, it is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
And And we're back, Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday. Thanks for making us a part of your morning. I'm reading this story from The Guardian. More piecing together of the story about that In-N-Out shooting that killed 3, injured 7. That happened in Twin Falls on Saturday. And, of course, the heroic response of one firearm owner who took it upon himself to jump in and try to stop this guy with an AR-style firearm. We learned that there was more than one, by the way. I think there was a couple of people who returned fire on the 24-year-old gunman, and certainly they are heroes, heroic. One of them was stopped at a traffic light and just heard what was going on and jumped in. And learning now from The Guardian that the man who returned fire at the In-N-Out gunman firearm had done firearm training after a 2021 mass shooting. That was the impetus that caused this hero who took up a firearm and took shots at this shooter. He was inspired by a mass shooting in 2021. Jack Johnson, Twin Falls County Sheriff, says these people, meaning the two that just heard shots going off, grabbed their weapon and looked for the bad guy. He said, these people are true heroes in our community. They diverted the shooter and without a doubt saved many lives. What a story over the weekend, Saturday. Just incredible. Here's another story, and we'll get Mac Watson in here to talk about this. Zac Brown Band played a concert in Boston's Fenway Park, Mac. It was August 7th, so that was last night. Oh, wow. Last night, the Zac Brown Band had a record-breaking 15th consecutive sold-out show at the iconic baseball stadium. And the Zac Brown Band did something I don't know anybody's ever done. They stopped the concert in the middle of the show at Fenway, and they announced that the band, Zac Brown Band, was buying everybody in attendance. By the way, that was 35,000. He said, we're buying everyone here 2 tickets to a cruise. So everybody is going, it's going to cost them like an estimated $40 million. Zac Brown Band sending everybody who attended their concert last night on a cruise. That's nice.
No, that's not going to happen. Let's be honest here. I used to know a guy that was a very, very low level concert promoter. And he said the worst. He said the worst thing a band can do is open their mouths and talk during a show.
Uh-oh.
Because you never know what's going to come out. So, a couple months ago? I can't remember. Maybe it was a couple months ago. John Bon Jovi was not feeling well. And so the concert only lasted like 65 minutes. John said, we're going to make this concert up. Keep your tickets. The promoter fell off his chair, and the manager was like, this is Madison Square Garden. You just don't make up a show.
Yeah.
But he said it. So people are going to hold him to it. Look, it is. Does Zac Brown have $40 million? No. Why did he say it? Well, again, the worst thing a band can do is open their mouths on stage and say crap that then the promoter or the manager has to go, oh, here's another mess I have to clean. There's this great scene. Do you remember the movie Spinal Tap?
Yeah, vaguely.
You remember the manager? Ian is this guy who's, very British, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
He played hilariously. Like, he actually wrote for the National Lampoon. Tony, I forget his last name, Tony, but he goes up in the movie. He goes up and he says to the hotel manager or the staff, said, we're tired. We've been traveling all day. We would just like to check into our rooms. And they're like, we have no idea who you are. We have no. And somebody comes up and says, can I help you? And the guy says, the Spinal Tap manager says, this, he didn't call him a putz. He called him something else. And it says, we have no rooms. And the guy says, I'm just as God made me, sir. And basically, the manager was saying, do you know who I am? And the guy behind the counter was saying, I'm just doing my job. But he had to scramble and find rooms for the band. That's all a manager does. All managers do in music is clean up messes. So what possessed Zach Brown to say that? I don't know. But I know that manager gave him a stop and chat after that show, maybe even outside in the alley, and a little, what were you thinking? We don't have money to put everybody on a cruise. So good for them for selling out. I mean, that's a pretty good, I don't know if Billy Joel has broken that record or if the Grateful Dead or somebody has played more consecutive sold out nights. I don't know, maybe The Boss, maybe Bruce Springsteen, but good for them and their success. But boy, they have dug themselves a hole in the ground.
You don't think it was like all pre-planned? Now they may be able to tap into Jimmy Buffett's money because it was part of the late Jimmy Buffett. This song that they do with Knee Deep, the Zach Brown band does with Jimmy Buffett. So in honor of that song, that's what they bought people 2 tickets for the cruise aboard the Margaritaville at Sea. So maybe they had some kind of something cooked up ahead of time.
Yeah, but you and I have been in radio a long time. We know promotions. We know what radio stations used to do.
Yeah.
Why are you giving away the entire cow and all the milk for free? I mean, what's it? Hey, I've got 2 tickets. Be the 10th caller right now. What's the phrase that pays? Blah, 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 blah. Why would you give everybody? Why is everybody a winner? You're not going to make money off of them. What are you promoting? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, I mean, it's just goodwill marketing now. I mean, you can somehow it'll pay off. You can bank that. You'll be like, oh, Zach Brown band, look what a nice thing they did. Maybe it pays off down the road.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
How?
I don't know
how. I mean, yeah, they're getting a lot of media attention, but how does that translate into dollars and cents? I don't know. I don't know.
They're probably hoping not everybody can utilize this. You got 1 year to buy to use the 2 tickets on this cruise. So maybe
they gave them a year.
Yeah, within a year, you've got to book this.
God, this is a nightmare. Or as my grandfather from Baltimore used to say, "What a nightmare!" With the Baltimore accent. I am furious if I'm their accountant and their manager and anybody else who works for them.
Well,
how are you going to pay for all this? This is insane.
It's the most exciting thing to happen in Fenway so far this baseball season, honestly.
Oh, zing. Oh, yeah, nice.
Shot at the Sox. We're in it's trade deadline in baseball, and I'm like watching every minute if the Yankees can make a move. I don't know. What do you think the Sox are going to do?
Who did I see the other day? Somebody said somebody's going to the Yankees, and who was it? The Dodgers made another trade.
Yeah. Oh.
That basically people are saying, if you're the Orioles, if you're the Pirates, if you're the Cincinnati Reds, if you're a middle tier team or lower middle tier team, you can't compete. What are you doing? There's the Dodgers, and then there's everybody else. I mean, it's almost, and don't get me wrong, I don't mind dynasties, but I want you to earn it, not buy it. That's why I hate the Yankees. I've never liked the Yankees, because by the trade deadline, they've bought their team that will be in the playoffs, and then it's up to them to get to the World Series. But my point is, I like you build it, you don't buy it. So you scout well, you build it from the ground up, you do the AA, AAA, single A teams, blah, blah, blah. And then you watch these guys come into the majors, and then something gels and it becomes special. I like that, right? And then if you can sustain it, that's a dynasty, that's great. The Dodgers are just buying championships. And I really don't like it. I can't remember who they traded for, but I remember one guy on the television was like, it's over. It's over. Dodgers are going to win. It's not even a contest. They've got everybody except, and I wish I could remember what the guy's name was.
They got
everybody except this one guy, and he's probably going to go to the Yankees.
Scuba. They got the Tigers pitcher.
Yes, Scuba Do or something like that.
Tariq Skubal, who everybody wanted a piece of this guy. Somehow, the Dodgers wanted like the whole Yankee team in a trade, and the Yankees said no. And then meanwhile, LA gave up like nothing to get him.
Right.
And it's like Elon Musk winning the lottery, the way the Dodgers approach things. Like they're the last team that needed more.
Right. Yeah. What are you doing?
Oh.
Yeah. It is unfortunately the time that we're in, that basically if you have the money and you get the leverage, good luck. A Cinderella team wins. Good luck. Like I said, a Pirates, a Cincinnati, and Cleveland Guardian, Baltimore Orioles. Good luck with that tier of team. The Royals ain't going to win anything. They've been to the World Series a couple of times in the last 10 years or whatever, or once in the last 10 years. They're not going to win anything either. It is always going to be New York, LA. And that's, I hate to say it, but that's not right. But I don't know what to do about it, because if you have enough guys who put in a bunch of money and they're going to pay the luxury taxes, they're going to pay for everybody to be on their team. Of course, they're going to buy the best guys. Of course, they're going to buy that.
I know.
Jeff Bezos doesn't go to Walmart and buy pants. He can afford to go and, have Louis Vuitton make him sweatpants, for God's sake.
Yeah, it's unfortunate the small and mid-market teams just can't compete, even with Major League Baseball's luxury tax. The Dodgers would be like, what is it? Yeah, all right, here's the check.
Yeah, I'll just write a check. Here,
no problem.
Cash it. Who is is it Paul Skeens? Who is that girl's boyfriend?
Skeen on the Pirates.
He's going to be, they're saying he's going to be bought up by the Yankees or the Dodgers.
I hope it's the Yankees. I know, because the girlfriend, the gymnast, wants or has an apartment in New York. So I'm thinking that's one of the things you got to offer.
Yankees, but again, somebody comes like the Dodgers and they up the offer. Oh boy,
we'll see.
Wow. I used to work with a guy from the Bronx. His name was Gambo. Gambo said, you only get to hammer once in your life. You only get to hammer once. Take advantage of it.
Right.
Basically, if you've got people saying, no, I'll give you more money. No, I'll give you more money. No, I'll give you more money. Take the money. Take the money. So if the Dodgers get into a bidding war with the Yankees, OMG, Gossip Girl, who knows what Skeens could make in the next year? Because I think it's his last year he's with the Pirates, I think, and then he becomes a free agent. I'd have to look that up. But anyway,
I think he might have another. There'd be more sense of urgency if this was his last year. I think he's
but you're
got
right. Livy
another
Dunn,
one.
Livy Dunn's doing good in her own right. She's got an apartment in New York. She's on Sports Illustrated.
Yeah.
Good for her. But the Dodgers come calling, hey, honey, we're moving to Hollywood.
Yeah, we're going to LA.
Yeah, sorry. I am envious, but I'm also sad. Because again, my Orioles will never compete. Never. They had a chance a couple years ago, and then they started trading people, and you're like, what are you doing? They just started trading because they needed prospects, and it's like, oh,
yeah.
We almost made the playoffs, and now you're trading everybody. It's like we have been a mid-level, no spark, no whatever team since Cal Ripken retired. What, back in 96, 97? You're going to have more teams like that. They're just never going to be able to compete. And it's a shame. It really is.
Baltimore has the best logo in the prettiest stadium in all of baseball.
Thank you.
Thank you. And they brought back the best logo too, that 70s bird.
Yes.
They got rid of that stupid thing that in the 90s and early 2000s of just literally an Oriole. What are you, an Audubon book? Get that crap out of here. Bring back the cartoon bird.
The cartoon bird, yes.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, speaking of which, and I know this is really, really Baltimore centric, but I watched them the other night and they had the orange O, but then they didn't have black. They had like this green. And I asked my daughter, I said, am I seeing things? What color is that? She goes, oh, that's a dark green. And I'm like, why would I didn't know if it was a special night or something like, but they had a uniform that said be more. So for Baltimore, be more. So it was like a different jersey, but it was green and orange, not the usual black and orange or black, orange and white that everybody sees. So I'll have to look into that of, what was that all about? Because it looked hideous. I hate to say it.
I can't
it just
see
looked
that.
Bad.
Yeah, I don't see how that works.
No, I don't either.
No.
I don't either. Worst team colors and jersey or uniform, in your opinion?
In the baseballs?
Any of the 4 majors.
I'm
going with the Canucks. Remember when the Canucks had something that looked like it was out of Transformers?
Yes. What it was like yellow and different colors, and it made a V. For Vancouver,
and it was just hideous.
Oh yeah, it was embarrassing.
And then the Astros, remember that multicolor Astros, but that has become iconic now. People want the Nolan Ryan era Astros uniform to be brought back.
What? And didn't the Astros? That's when they put the number on their pants.
Yes.
That was dumb.
Yes.
Yeah, that looked terrible. And then I see the Buffalo Bills getting a lot of shade for their alternative uniform, the one that they wear just once. It's all gray. A lot of people don't like it.
Yeah, I didn't like when the Bengals were black and white. I mean, I remember as a kid we had to buy generic because we didn't have a lot of money. So I'm like, why would you put your uniform as black and white? It looks like a generic label, when you went to the grocery store when you were a kid. Why would you do that?
Yeah, pick a color, any color, and then you don't pick any color.
And right. You pick the lack of color and the inclusion of every color, black and white. That's stupid. But I will say, I really like the Bengals helmet when it had the Bengals stripe on it. Remember all those stripes?
Yeah. Isn't that
Remember
the Bengals
those?
helmet now?
Yeah. I liked when they came out. Everybody was like, oh, what happened to the Bengals? It was just literally just Bengals on the side in letters. And then they went to those stripes and remember the Icky Shuffle and Icky Woods and all that kind of stuff. I liked it, but everybody hammered them for years. I liked that one though. I really did.
I'm showing some photos of some of the worst uniforms. The Vancouver Canucks 1978 jersey with the V. We mentioned that. We forgot about the Chicago White Sox when they had the collar and they had shorts instead of pants. That's insane.
Right. That's right. That was hideous. They looked like they were going to Bermuda.
Terrible.
They were going to play croquet in Bermuda.
Just
on my I don't know if I told you this on my vacation, my wife and I got into this not competition, but we would go into stores and see the local high school mascots and their shirts.
Oh,
Carlsbad, New Mexico. What is the Carlsbad? Because the Carlsbad Caverns are there. What is their mascot?
Cavemans.
Bingo.
Let me
Neanderthal guy with a club is their mascot.
No.
It's so
Do you think
bad.
is that on the internet? Do you think Carlsbad?
I would assume so because they made a T-shirt of it, and of course the ladies are the cave girls. But it should be the bats. It should be like the cave bats or the Batman or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh God, it's so bad, so bad. I mean, up here in Cody, we've got the Cody Bronx. That makes sense. The Pal Panthers. That makes sense. I mean, the Wranglers or the Bandits or something like that. Cavemen?
The cavemen.
Okay. Call yourself stupid. Why don't you?
What happened over the weekend?
Oh, man. The weekend was miserable because it was just, again, flipping hot. I don't know. I don't think we broke records this weekend. I think it was last week or last weekend. But this weekend again was just so flipping hot.
Yeah.
And then today, I don't know if you're experiencing it because you're like south of me, hundreds of miles south of me. But in the northwest corner of Wyoming, we can't see jack. It is just nothing but smoke from the wildfires.
Oh.
Montana, Canada, that has all moved down now, and it's only going to be 71 degrees, but you can't enjoy it because all you do is smell smoke outside.
Yeah.
So it was about 98 degrees, my favorite boy band, by the way, if you're taking notes. 98 degrees yesterday, and it was miserable. Now it's going to be 71. It's cool, but it's miserable because of all the smoke. So I don't know.
We have some smoke here in Jackson, but not as much, I bet, as you. And we're not quite as cool. The whole state's feeling a cooler day today and tomorrow, but Cody, 70s.
71. It's supposed to be the high.
Wow. That is
and that
much
heat
cooler.
dome has moved off, and we're getting some relief, but it's going to move into South Dakota. Our great reporter, Kate Meadows, was talking about in the morning meeting today. Cattle are just dying in South Dakota because it's been so hot. I mean, cows are just, falling over dead. I don't know if that's happening here in Wyoming. I don't know if we've had that kind of heat, but in South Dakota, they have really been struggling with their cattle.
It's almost a cat killer for me. The two cats I have, it's been so hot. They have no energy. They come in from outside and they just
It's miserable, man.
It's hot.
I mean, I don't know if you go outside a lot, but when we were out, hiking around the national parks, national monument, I was only good for like a half hour. In 95 to 99, 100 degree heat, I could only stay out there like 20 minutes, and then I was done the rest of the day. It just wipes you out. It drains you. It's horrible.
It does.
So those of you who are out working, roofers, or, you're working on the road crews for YDOT, or you work outside ranching, my hat's off to you. I could not do it. I really could not do it. I'd pass out from sunstroke.
It saps you fast. I had a wedding Saturday where I had a lot of it. I had to be outside, set up equipment outside, and it was
Oh my
hot,
God.
man.
My wife went to a wedding outside of Yellowstone.
Oh, yeah?
Right outside of Yellowstone, she went to a wedding, and it was an outdoor wedding. And you're like, what?
Yeah.
Who plans an outdoor wedding in August in Cody? Oh my God. It was, again, 98, 99 degrees. And she said, everybody was miserable. It was a great, nice wedding, nice service, but everybody ran back to the reception. They just had to get out of the heat.
Yeah. It's too hot. Outdoor weddings in August, certainly in Wyoming. One of the things you do have to factor in, unfortunately, in this day and age, is wildfire smoke. You're right.
Yeah, that too. That too.
Very up, like that beautiful Grand Tetons in the background. There's been years I can think of in August where you couldn't see them. It was just socked in with wildfire.
We can't see Hart Mountain out our backyards or out our front yards here in Cody. We have a visibility of like maybe 10 miles, and that's it. We can't see anything past that. And then if you read the reports over the weekend, Devil's Tower is closed.
Yeah.
There's wildfires out there, and Greg Johnson, our great reporter and managing editor, did a story on Saturday of how there was a fire that broke out. And then he checked in with the fire guys on Sunday and another one popped up.
Yeah.
What? There's two separate fires at Devil's Tower, so they've got to deal with that. I mean, again, my hat's off to smoke jumpers, firefighters, people that cops, people that have to work outside. Forget it.
Red flag warning in some towns. What a wide variety of weather today. 70s for a high in Cody with smoke, and then other places we haven't made the smoke yet, but there's a good chance if you're careless, we'll get smoke pretty quick. Red flag warning in many towns in Wyoming.
And then you go back east, and they're dealing with floods. They're dealing with a ton of rain that is just falling, out of the sky. Boy, did that sound redundant. Where else is it going to fall? Anyway, you got rain, so much rain in the middle of August. It's like, hey, bring some of that stuff over here because we've got a severe drought and we've got wildfires.
Mm-hmm. Did you see the gunman in the In-N-Out shooting?
Yeah.
Oh, that was crazy.
I texted my wife when I saw that, and I said, weren't we just there? And she goes, no. We were in Idaho Falls.
Oh.
We were in Idaho. We just came back from Idaho. We were in Idaho Falls. We weren't in Twin Falls. I am fascinated with what's the motive? What is the motive? Right. And why did this guy choose that today's the day and I'm going to go to, of all places, an In-N-Out, or, a place of fast food? Does that factor into it? Did he work there? Did he know somebody that worked? Like, I am fascinated by the why. Why do you feel? Because there's, people say, well, we've got to tackle mental illness. And we do, because you are mentally ill if you think it's a good idea that your only recourse is to pick up a gun and start shooting. That is a mental illness. Yeah. I'm sorry. That, you're not in your right mind. But at the same time, what got you to that point?
Right.
I mean, what happened? And you're 24.
Yeah.
You're 24. Not that I'm making excuses or making any kind of, whatever, but your life hasn't really happened yet. What are you so angry about that you decide to take an AR-15 style rifle at 24 and start shooting people? And then, and I could be wrong, I don't know this, it sounds like he wasn't prepared for people to shoot back. You had an off-duty officer and a citizen who were armed that started shooting back. He hightailed it and shot himself.
Yeah.
Why? Why?
Unless he left behind some kind of
manifesto or suicide note, or right.
We may never know, but you're right. He did. I saw the video of him running around randomly shooting at whatever, this car, that. It didn't look like he had any agenda, any plan. Right. He was just running around shooting like an idiot. And then
and why that particular location? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. And I learned this when I lived in Texas. You pick up a gun and you start shooting, I guarantee you within like 4 seconds there's going to be another person who is armed and they're willing to take you out. So I don't understand that mentality of why you choose to do this thing. What are you going to have, some kind of glory? You're going to be remembered? No, somebody else is going to take you out. So don't be an idiot,
Yeah. All right. Anything else before we let you go, Mac?
No, make sure you just keep watching the video. We've got, again, great video, great footage, stuff you're not going to see anywhere else. And of course, we've got stories like the stories of the bodies found in the barrel. Yeah. You're not going to find that anywhere else either. Our great reporter, Jen Coker, as well as Zach Sontag, have written and researched and are just on this story of how this horrible human being killed his ex-wife and their 2 sons and put the bodies in barrels, sunk them in Fremont County in the lake. And they found the barrels. They're going to bring the barrels back up. But that's interesting, too. How do you bring barrels? It's like trying to lift the Titanic.
Yeah.
How do you do that without everything like just disintegrating? How do you get it? Make sure you get all the DNA, if there is any DNA in there. How do you make sure that so that's going to be another great part of the story, too.
Like divers are going to have to go down there and attach something and then do the balloon, the inflatable thing, and bring it up, maybe.
Yeah. But I remember my wife and I were snorkeling in Bermuda. I know, 1%er vacation. Anyway, we were snorkeling and I found like an old can like stuck under this rock, and I tried to pick it up and it just disintegrated.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this thing has been down there since the 80s. How are they going to lift that out? So that'll be interesting.
How fragile is it? Right. If you go monkey away, it'll just fall apart. And again, we still don't know that this is the barrel. I imagine Fremont Lake has its share of garbage on the bottom of it,
Well, I talked to Jen yesterday. And the reason that they are so, I don't want to say excited, that's horrible. They're not excited, but they think this is it, is because the guy who's still alive marked 2 spots, and they were at the exact 2 spots he said they were in. So there's a good likelihood that this is it.
Thank you, Mac. Have a
great
Monday.
Week, everybody.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. That's Mac Watson. Coming up next, on a related note, it's the president of the Gillette-based nonprofit WyoFind. The search, rescue, and recovery of the missing. That's what they're all about. WyoFind search. Stacy Koester is on next. And stick around, you'll find out why and where the discussion is going right after this break.
Are you still throwing money at boring advertising that nobody remembers? Cowboy State Daily Radio is where Wyoming talks, laughs, debates, and actually pays attention. Your customers are not only listening, they're talking about the news of the day. So why not put your business in the middle of the conversation? From sponsored interviews to powerhouse statewide campaigns, Cowboy State Daily Radio delivers your message with an exclusive Wyoming reach. Contact Piper Fenimore today at piper@cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, WyoLotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/team up.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. We check in with Stacy Koester, president of the Gillette-based nonprofit WyoFind, search, rescue, and recovery of the missing. Stacy, great to have you on.
Hi, Jake.
So, last week, the Colby Fedor story about the discovery of remains in the Cheyenne area. I'm not sure exactly where. You probably know. When you heard about this, what did you immediately think?
So my first thought on it is there's a lot of families, anybody of missing persons right now is on edge. It's a double-edged sword with something like this because there is a lot of hope. Our person might finally be found, but then there's a lot of heartache because, oh my God, what if it is my person? So it's a lot of mixed feelings. I thought of a couple of the different cases that are in that area instantly. Nash Quinn, Shanna Brubaker. Those two really stood out to me really quick. But at this moment, it is just human remains. The police will do their due diligence. They'll do their testing and determine who it is.
The news from Colby Fedor, the news on the Cowboy State Daily. Deputies with the Laramie County Sheriff's Office say a deceased individual discovered in a building on Happy Jack Road. The remains, quote from the agency, essentially skeletal. So Nash Quinn disappeared a little over 2 years ago to the day. This could fit the bill.
Yep, July 8th, 2024 is the date that he went missing. The thing about Nash, though, is he was on the Laramie side. However, he does have a history of biking long distances. So, I mean, it is a potential. And then there's also the potential that it's none of Wyoming missing person cases. It was a person traveling through, a hitchhiker, somebody not even associated with Wyoming. So right now there is a lot of we don't know.
Yeah. And I'm sure it's important, not to get ahead of ourselves. Certainly, Laramie County Sheriff's Office is not going to disclose until they're ready to disclose. And you as well, WyoFind, you're probably talking with family members and you're like, wait a minute, we still don't know anything yet.
Yep. And just reassuring the families that we work with and families of missing persons that, it is not going to do anybody any good to be calling Laramie County Police saying, do you have answers? Can you tell us anything? Law enforcement will let the family know first upon fully determining, but they're not gonna be calling saying it could be, because that puts them in a bad position. So they will do exactly what they have to do. And when they have facts is when they will reach out to people and let them know to make sure everything goes in order and there's no unneeded chaos in it, I guess is the best way to say it.
Yeah, because right now we probably have families on pins and needles wondering who is this? Who is it going to turn out to be? And you're right, Stacy. That is a tough, it's tough information to get in your heart of hearts. If it's been 2 years, 20 years, you start to lose hope that your loved one is still alive. I mean, just the odds, if this person still is on the earth, why haven't I heard from them? It's impossible to disappear that long, you would think. So you're waiting for the inevitable. At least you would have news that, okay, this is the final place where my person was. But still, I mean, there's no good to it. It's tough news to handle.
Yeah, I mean, we use a word like when a missing person is located, we say a family is getting closure. Some people kind of push back on that, like, hey, there is no closure. Death is heartache. If they're found, it's not closure. In a sense, that is correct. I mean, as we know, when you lose somebody, there's never a full closure. There's that heartbreak that's always there. However, there is a big difference between like, for example, I lost my mom. Okay, I know where she is. I know how she passed. I have that information to help me heal. So when we talk about missing persons and closure, the thing about it is when a missing person is located and a family gets answers, there's a sense of closure there because it gives them the opportunity to know exactly where their person is now, I guess is the best thing to say. They're not up every night now wondering. They actually have the information to help them process and move forward. So the closure word is kind of a double-edged sword, but
yeah. In talking with Jen Coker, she's cautioned me against using that word as if it has any positive connotation, this closure idea. Yeah, I mean, maybe it would stop a family from thinking tomorrow a text could come or I could get that phone call. At least now you will know, no, that text's not coming. You will not get a phone call, but it still opens up, many questions now, more questions like what happened? How did we get here?
And in a consensus, like when a person has been missing for a long period of time, like years, a lot of your families do anticipate the outcome is going to be heartbreak. It does happen, and I won't say that it doesn't. There are times when a family member has disappeared and they're gone for years at a time, and they're just fine. They just don't want to be found. But your normal cases, your kind of everyday missing person cases, they're not missing to just be missing. And so knowing is better than wondering. Facts are better than thoughts. So when families get the opportunity to, as I said, when they're at a few years, they're expecting a detrimental outcome. And so it gives them the opportunity to move forward and give their person a proper resting place. I know one of the biggest heartaches of a missing person is you don't know where they are. You would rather know in a death, you would rather know that your person is properly buried or cremated as opposed to them laying somewhere or in a building somewhere. You know, you want to make sure your person has that dignity and respect.
Well, it's so generous of heart of you, Stacy, to take up this cause, to even have something called WyoFind. I'm finding you on a Facebook page, WyoFind. Where else can we get in touch with whatever you do, everything you do?
So we have a website, www.wyofind.org. It is undergoing maintenance. I'm trying to make it more reader friendly. So, but you can go there and see. We put our cases in there. We include all of the different things of missing persons. We put links to the stories for missing persons that are written. We are getting ready to do a big update on the Ogden case on there. So we've got a lot.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see what comes of that Fremont Lake, the Ogden case. That goes back to, the 1980s, long time. Stacy, thanks for the update and catching up with us again. WyoFind, search, rescue, and recovery of the missing, and knowledge is power. Sometimes, just knowing and having a group like this that helps family members know if we have info to share. Stacy, have a great Monday.
You too.
Thank you. Bye. Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday here, August 3. It's been a fun show. We did a lot of stuff. Clayton, LiaBraaten was with us right in the very beginning, and he and his company, Truecaller.com, helped us out understanding how to detect fake robocalls. It's so easy to dupe people on the internet now, and it's happening more than ever. Spokesperson for Truecaller, Clayton, was on to help us navigate a scary world online. Michael Klein was here, and we discussed global economy and all the forces at work in the global economy. Representative Steve Johnson working on trying to tidy up that Food Freedom Act and a little Band-Aid solution for that hippie cow creamery in Cody. Brian Kozak, Sheriff of Laramie County, the latest truck around and find out. Robert Short was here, candidate for Secretary of State. Renny MacKay, he's cooking up the Wyoming Business Alliance Governor Forum. Registration now open. Senator Ogden Driskill to talk about his campaign efforts and the fires in Devil's Tower. Chandra Ortiz was on to discuss Wyoming 211. This all happened this morning. Where were you? We'll do it again tomorrow. For now, have a great Monday. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.